Welcome, friends. Step right into the crypt. It's your host, KingSpook, and tonight I've got 7 tales of terror for you. First on our list is a story written and narrated by talented author Michael Whitehouse. The story is titled Tunnel 72F.
I once knew a man who was afraid of nothing. No monstrosity man-made or fictitious could subdue his spirits. And the mere mention of the word supernatural would elicit a most cynical example of laughter. This bravery was both his greatest strength and his most profound weakness, for ignorance and heedlessness can often be disguised as a deep and foolhardy sense of courage. He was to learn the limits of his bravery under the earth, down in those oppressive tunnels, deep below the streets of Amsterdam. His name was Henke, due mainly to his Finnish ancestry on his father's side, and although his parents had passed away at an early age, he believed with conviction that his courage came from them. It was a matter of pride, a connection to the family he had lost, and it was this above all else which drove him into places and situations where others would fear to tread. I had met him 4 years earlier while travelling with some friends on a common rites of passage, backpacking through Europe during a university break. He and a few of his friends were on a similar adventure and happened to be staying at the same youth hostel in Rome as us. Both groups got on well, but it was with Henke that I struck up an immediate rapport. He was a keen musician, and I was, at the time, still filled with the self-promise, or should I say, delusion, of stardom through my own musical pursuits. Our friendship grew over the subsequent years, mostly via email, swapping musical discoveries, talking about politics, and generally getting to know each other as best two people can through simple correspondence. Travelling was also a must for both of us due to work commitments. On the odd occasion we would find ourselves in the same country and enjoyed meeting up for a few laughs, and of course he always knew which local pubs served the tastiest beer, as well as which restaurants to best avoid. It was 11 months ago that I visited Henke in Amsterdam. The Dutch city seemed to be a good fit for him, as he always liked to live in the liveliest of places. The countless meandering canals, bridges and walkways, swamped by the footsteps of 1 million tourists each year, appealed to his love of vibrancy and history. Amsterdam had seen many a traumatic occurrence since its inception, right up to and including the Second World War. At the time he had been recently hired to carry out important maintenance work on the Rijksmuseum, one of Amsterdam's most impressive buildings. When I met him in a small darkened corner of a local pub, well away from the burgeoning tourist trade, I was shocked at first by his appearance. Here was a friend I had grown to know as being larger than life, exuding bravado, and yet I was presented with a shell of a man, slight in stature and racked with self-doubt. He proceeded to impart on me the circumstances which resulted in his precarious condition, of which I will relay to you now. Henke had been working as a civil engineer for some time, and so relished the challenge of renovating and maintaining the Rijksmuseum, a building with such a long and compelling history. The museum housed Amsterdam's finest collection of historical relics, and being given access to some of its more hidden places which were inaccessible to the general public, piqued his fascination for the obscured and unique. He had been hired to lead a maintenance crew which had been assigned to assess and repair the building's foundations. This oldest part of the structure dated back centuries and had a most bizarre and, it must be said, quite horrific history. The Rijksmuseum itself had been constructed in 1885, but what it had been built upon possessed a much older and unusual past. I knew immediately that this would appeal to Henke, as he often spoke of the fond memories he had as a child exploring vacant buildings, passageways and caves near where he grew up, leading his friends into places they would otherwise have avoided. The dark held no fear for him, nothing but the promise of hidden secrets and the opportunity to show his bravery to those around him. In the bowels of the museum, under its marble floors and deep red brickwork, lay a labyrinth of abandoned tunnels, which at one time served as part of the old city's sewer network. They had long been disused and fallen into disrepair, but they were nonetheless an essential part of the building's foundations and had to be assessed and repaired. Otherwise the entire structure would be in danger of subsiding. The ground and upper levels of the museum were beautiful and displayed many wonderful historical relics from all over the world. On his first day of work, Henke wandered around the artifacts before starting his shift, especially interested in the war exhibition. Gas masks, uniforms, bullets, dog tags of soldiers bloodied and forgotten populated the sealed glass display cabinets. A group of children ran after their mother, laughing and pointing at the weapons on show, imitating the sounds of explosions and gunfire. Families moved en masse from hall to hall, room to room, some talking about the violent history on display, others involved in more important conversations, such as which dinosaur toy to get from the gift shop. So bright, welcoming and warm was the atmosphere of the building that it was difficult to imagine the darkness which festered below. After some quick words with the building manager, Henke proceeded to an old, seldom used room at the back of the museum, which housed an antiquated, creaking, rusted and cage-like elevator which was being used to access the lower levels and sewers underneath. Pulling on a pair of dirt-covered yellow overalls, complete with hard hat and headlamp, he entered the elevator for his first descent. On his trip downward towards the abandoned sewers, he thought to himself that those of a nervous disposition might have let such a dank and isolated place prey on their minds. This may have explained why the previous man in charge of the repairs had left so abruptly, citing nervous exhaustion and refusing to ever so much as set foot in those pitch-black corridors of cold stone ever again. The elevator winch and engine stuttered as it lowered Henke down 4 levels into the basement. With each passing floor, he observed a slight dimming of the lights, and each subterranean level appeared more sparse and stone-like than the one before. A rusted plate attached to the elevator betrayed its age. It struck Henke that the year of its construction, 1932, must have been amongst the last periods of maintenance carried out there before the persecution of the Jewish people by the invading German army. He knew much of the shameful history of the region, as he was part Jewish and his great-grandfather had died during the Holocaust. Many had fled to Amsterdam for sanctuary from the Nazi regime in the early 1930s, but the long, blighting arm of Hitler's horrific final solution eventually reached the borders of the Netherlands, sweeping many thousands away to those shameful and barbaric concentration camps. With a shudder, the elevator ground to a halt, and after forcing the grated sliding door aside, Henke disembarked. The old sewer tunnels spread out before him and were curious in construction, steeped in a history which stretched back much farther into the distant past than that of the museum itself. Having spoken to his employers, he had been specifically told to pay heed to the assessment and repair crew's knowledge of the tunnel layout, as the place could be disorientating. The lighting system required to illuminate the maintenance work had not been fully installed yet. His bosses, up above in cushy office buildings miles away, seemed unusually concerned that he would find it all too easy to get lost down there. Most importantly, he was informed that the two-way radios normally used to communicate between team members had been playing up, and that they were unreliable due to interference, probably produced by nearby metallic deposits in the ground. This meant that all communication would have to be carried out verbally, or by using the light from their torches to convey simple messages via Morse code. This was particularly useful in the longer tunnels. In any case, it struck Henke that the catacombs below really were isolated, lonely places. Care would have to be taken, but he did feel a nostalgic sense of excitement for a hidden world begging to be explored, like all those days spent looking for adventure as a child. After a time, Jones, second in command of the maintenance crew, appeared from around a corner, whistling to himself while his headlight bobbed and weaved to the sound of feet through inches of stagnant water. A substantially stout fellow, rather humorous in nature, he debriefed Henke on the current progress being made, informing him that the initial mapping and assessments of the tunnels had gone well. All in all, there were 16 four-man crews, each of which were assigned a section of the sewers to repair. Henke would oversee the entire operation, but he knew that he would need to directly supervise 2 of the crews working in one of the more isolated tunnels. The walls there were in a precarious condition, and there was even the suggestion that a cave-in could occur. It was his priority to make sure that did not happen. After walking for 15 minutes, he arrived at the area which would be his workplace for the next few months. The sound of occasional drilling could be heard in the distance as the workers continued to install the still non-operational lighting system. As Henke's men would be working further away from the other crews, it seemed logical, although not desirable, that they would have their lighting installed last. Each passageway seemed oddly shaped, with no 2 tunnels being quite alike. That entire section of the sewer was in fact so antiquated that it had been built long before the careful planning of such constructions had become commonplace. One tunnel would arch forward for over several hundred metres in a strange semicircle, while others bisected it at right angles, carrying on in a regimented straight line into the darkness. Henke even found a passageway which seemed to dip and rise only to slither its way along in an unnatural S shape. Some tunnels seemed to go on forever, others stopped abruptly, as if the original builders had been unable to complete their work, leaving in a hurry. Jones tried to keep the conversation light, and with his experience of walking through the tunnels for the past 2 months, Henke was glad to have a guide to show him the way. Waiting in a large alcove was the 4-man team assigned to that area. They would work that section of the tunnels during the day, while the other shift would take over later, working through the night. Jones introduced each of them. They seemed nice enough, but Henke was surprised to find the men largely in the grip of silence. In such jobs, humour was normally found in abundance, with repair crews using it to slice through the monotony of work in such cramped and repetitive conditions. Here, though, he found them uttering not one word, sitting in silence in that imposing alcove, removed from any consideration of camaraderie or fellowship. The only inference that they were not a collection of subterranean statues was the occasional movement of their headlamps altering the shadows around them. They seemed wholly disconnected from not just each other, but the very environment in which they worked. Henke brushed this feeling of unease aside and committed himself to cultivating conversation. If these men were in some way angry or uncomfortable with one another, then he would soon lay that to rest. A happy workforce is a productive one. The first order of business was to survey that section of tunnels and decide where repairs were most pressing. Preliminary assessments had already been made, but Henke liked to evaluate any repair project he was involved in from the ground up. He walked the catacombs with his team and noticed immediately that they were still on edge, that they seemed frightened in an almost childlike way. No amount of questions, casual or otherwise, could elicit anything other than one-word, broken replies. Slowly they toured the winding grid of tunnels, lighting their way with the small torches attached to their safety helmets, while taking notes about failing walls, water damage, and estimations of any possible repair time. Twice Henke pressed the men on their obvious sense of fear, asking why such an experienced crew, who no doubt had worked in many tunnels before, were so apprehensive of mere bricks and mortar. They avoided the questions, looking nervously at one another, changing the topic of conversation with monotoned lethargy whenever it veered towards their experiences of the old sewers, or of their previous supervisors' unceremonious departure from the job. It began to dawn on Henke that the men's verbal and physical awkwardness was not the result of tensions between workers, but rather of a deep-seated and worrying apprehension of what he did not know. What was clear was that his team seemed to be counting down the minutes until their shift ended, when they could finally clamber out of the darkness and into the safety of the world above. As the beam from his headlamp trickled over the damp and crumbling brickwork, Henke again conceded to himself that some may find such a setting unnerving, but not him. Whatever had caused such trepidation and disquiet amongst the other men was surely a simple case of idle superstition, mischief-making, or the quite understandable psychological toll of working in a dark, cramped, and forgotten part of the world. Even Jones, who had through most of the catacombs been jovial and talkative, now adopted the same sullen expression and serious disposition as they made their way deeper into the oldest part of the sewers. The passages wound and meandered their way through the ground, long steady trajectories intermittently and abruptly interrupted by sharp blind corners, making it difficult for Henke to identify exactly where they were. There were so many winding corridors that he felt slightly disorientated, and was ready to joke with his men that if they didn't like him as a boss, that they could probably leave him there and he would never find his way out. but his men were no longer beside him. He was standing at the mouth of a tunnel, and while he had continued onward, talking, trying to fill in the difficult silences, his men had stopped at the last junction. They stood motionless, some 20 feet behind, staring at Henke with blank expressions, occasionally betrayed by the slightest flicker of a very real and gripping emotion beneath, a look of suppressed terror. When he asked why the men were not following, they whispered in reply that where they stood was where the last of the repair work was needed. Pulling out a map and perusing it intently by the light of his headlamp, Henke surmised that he must have wandered into the remotest part of the sewer network, at the back of the catacombs, and while the tunnels continued into the foreboding distance, that must have marked the boundary of the Rijksmuseum's foundations. What confused him was that the area had been clearly listed on the map for repair. He was standing at the entrance to what appeared to be a rather innocuous tunnel, but on the wall next to the opening he could clearly see that someone had placed an identification plaque there, marking it for repair. It read Tunnel 72F, water damage and failing masonry. After double checking the map, it was clear to Henke that Tunnel 72F was indeed still under the Rijksmuseum's foundations, and had to be appraised and repaired. But when he told his men this, they simply informed him that where they stood was as far as they would go. Anger began to take over, accompanied by frustration that the team he was supposed to be supervising was being so difficult. But even raising his voice and demanding that they head into the tunnel did not move them. Just as things became increasingly heated and Henke yelled at the men to do as he said, Jones interjected. "We've worked down here for 2 months, boss. This is a good, hard-working, talented crew you have. They'll do exactly as you ask, when you ask it. But you'll have to accept that, for them and me, our work stops at this junction, and that none of us will go near that tunnel. You might think it's mad, but whether you want to believe it or not, there is something in there." Taking a deep breath and calming himself, Henke explained to his men that he understood the stress induced by working in such a suffocating environment for an extended period of time, but that repairs had to be carried out in full. He would talk to them later about it, but for now he would carry out the survey himself. For a moment there was silence, broken only by drips of unseen water which echoed out from a distant, unsure place. As he stepped over the threshold and into the apparently forbidden tunnel, Jones and the other men protested vehemently, shouting on Henke to leave the passageway immediately. But he saw this demonstration as nothing but foolishness. He was not to be swayed by unsubstantiated, superstitious nonsense. There was nothing in that tunnel to fear, and once more he would prove to others that they should not be so scared, by stepping up, being a man, and pushing forward into places others feared to tread. Pride coursed through his veins. His parents were brave and fearless before him, and he had long since sworn to always be bold, always be adventurous, to be just like them. With a smile, he looked back at his men before heading face first into the darkness, the excitement of self-reliance pushing him on. While the tunnel seemed fairly common in its construction at first glance, as he progressed deeper into its dank innards, it was apparent that This was unlike any sewer he had seen before. The ground was uneven. The floor dipped and rose much like some of the other tunnels, but what was peculiar was how fractured the surface felt under his feet. The ground was obscured by a thick, almost oily water, which in places reached up as high as his knees. He trudged through the stagnant liquid slowly, not because he was scared, but simply to ensure sound footing. One thing was apparent. However long ago the water had deposited there, it was long enough to fester and produce an unpleasant, rotting stench. The walls were of a different, significantly older composition than most of the brickwork he had seen in the sewers elsewhere. Whatever the material was which had been used, it was hundreds of years old, and was obviously failing, with long, penetrating cracks scarring the surface of the increasingly unstable walls and ceiling. The light from his headlamp was enough to illuminate much of the tunnel, but as Henke ventured further towards what he thought was a dead end, he realised that the passageway was narrowing and that the tunnel itself did not stop there, but rather tapered slightly before curving abruptly around a blind corner. He estimated to being over 100 feet into the sewer, and while his curiosity for what could be beyond that corner urged him to move forward, he believed he had made his point, and would now ask his men to abandon their fears and enter the tunnel with him. Unholstering the black handheld radio he had been issued with from his side, he began requesting for Jones and the others to meet him at the corner of the tunnel. No one responded, and nothing but a quiet buzz could be heard from the radio speaker. Of course, Henke now remembered that he had been warned about how unreliable the radios could be, but just as he was about to turn and shout back down towards the opening, something caught his eye. Surely not. There was nothing in that disgusting place but stagnant water and himself. Yet pulling and pushing relentlessly against his bravado and self-assured disposition was the creeping realization that something was standing at the end of the tunnel, obscured by the turn. He could only see a sliver of it, but it was unmistakable. A ragged piece of cloth poked out from around the corner, and although Henke's mind was unwilling to accept it, the cloth was obviously part of a sleeve which contained an arm, belonging to whom or what he did not know. Stubbornness can be an effective tonic for even the most horrifying and unbelievable of situations. Henke's confidence in himself and his long history of triumphs over fear and adversity welled up inside of him, filling his chest with pride, and with a strong, assured stride he gulped down a breath of the dank air and marched purposefully towards whatever was around that corner. The slush and slosh of the black water echoed throughout the tunnel as he made his way to the blind turn, almost hesitating as he reached it, an unease which was alien to him. Apprehension now turned to sadness and empathy, for standing there in that cruel dark passageway, shivering and dishevelled, was a girl who could not have seen more than 13 years. Her face and hands were blackened with grime and dirt, hiding her pale and malnourished frame. A ripped shirt was all that she wore, hanging from her loosely, and much of her body exposed to the cold of that damp, isolated place. Gazing at him between strands of dirty blonde matted hair, Henke was struck by how beautiful the young girl was, and how afraid she must have been, how frightened and helpless. At first he believed that somehow she must have entered the sewers and lost her way, but no matter how softly he spoke, she would not answer, appearing afraid and nervous. He tried his radio again, but was greeted with the same meaningless static. Regardless, he had to get her out of that tunnel, back through the sewers and into the Rijksmuseum and seen by a doctor. He did not want to shout on his men in case the noise startled her or added to the girl's disquiet. The last thing he wanted to do was chase her through the catacombs. So he decided to lead her out of the passage himself. As he approached, he spoke gently to her in Dutch, explaining that he would take her up above to safety. Stepping forward with his hand outstretched, the girl seemed to quiver in fear. She appeared terrified of him. This made Henke feel uncomfortable, as he prided himself on being someone who would do anything to protect the vulnerable, someone to be trusted, not feared. She made no sound, but as he reached her, she raised her left hand slowly, pointing one finger at the light on his head. He suddenly realised that the headlamp must have been frightening her somehow, so he merely took the light off and held it in his hand to allay her fears, the torch now casting shadows upward more starkly. The changed angle of light brought something unsettling to Henke's attention. Pinned to the girl's torn shirt was a yellow cloth star. It surprised him as it was entirely familiar, but it took a moment for his mind to grasp the memory. It was exactly like the yellow stars forced upon the Jewish population during their persecution to allow non-Jews and members of the Nazi regime to identify them. Henke's mind fought against the ramifications of such a discovery. After a momentary pause, he once again was resolute, disregarding the cloth star and asserting to himself that he had to take the poor girl out of such horrible surroundings. A tremendous sense of sadness overcame him as he drew closer. The torch flickered unusually in his hand as he looked down at the girl, her face momentarily illuminated by the shifting light, her arm still outstretched, pointing at him. He'd carry her out of the sewers if need be. But this sense of duty, this compulsion to be brave and assertive in even the darkest of places, was now replaced with something which Henke had never felt before. Running up his spine and from the very pit of his stomach, fear gripped him, terror took him, and a horror possessed him so potently that it made him unsteady, anxious, and weak. For Henke had noticed something so subtle yet essential to his predicament. The girl had not stopped pointing at him as he drew closer. Her arm was rigid and her finger remained outstretched. Even the light, which was now in his hand, seemed entirely unimportant to her. Realization swept over him like a plague of abject dread. The girl was not pointing at the light. She was pointing behind him. Henke did not remember much more of what happened in that tunnel, but he knew that he had indeed turned to face whatever had been standing behind him. He thanked God, something he was not normally inclined to do, that Jones and those men who feared that dark hollow so acutely had dispensed with their fear out of empathy and ran into the passageway as soon as they heard his screams. Henke regained his composure back at the alcove where he had met the men, but he immediately pleaded with them that they take him back out of the tunnels, which is what they did. Once returned to the elevator room of the Rijksmuseum, they sat together and had a frank discussion about what had been happening down there over the past few months. Jones explained that the first survey team which had encountered that specific sewer passageway resigned from their posts after just one night down there. A week later, one of their co-workers who decided to stay on committed suicide after complaining repeatedly to everyone that he could hear whispers coming from inside there while he worked nearby. Not long after that, Jones's previous supervisor had seen someone, an unidentified figure, standing at the mouth of Tunnel 72F, and had followed them inside. One of the cleanup crews found him crawling out of the sewer on his hands and knees, crying hysterically like a child. He had been hospitalised and heavily medicated ever since, but no one knew exactly what he had seen down there. He would not speak of it, but the men who recovered him claimed he was repeating only one word when he was found, just one word, over and over again, frantically. Nazi. Henke was a nervous wreck after his experience and ordered that no one, under any circumstance, be allowed to go into Tunnel 72F. He continued to work down in the other sewer passageways day after day in the dark, but he was consumed by the notion that he had seen something so frightening, so terrifying, that he had forced himself to forget the ordeal. Over the next few weeks, he lost weight and had trouble sleeping, often waking up in a disturbed state, drenched in a cold sweat, unable to recall what he had been dreaming about. The very idea that he, above all people, brave Henke, could be reduced to such fragility, that he could be affected so deeply by something he could not even remember in its entirety, preyed upon his pride and his sense of self-worth. In an effort to combat the feelings of helplessness and self-loathing, he attempted to find out all he could about the tunnels under the Rijksmuseum. Knowledge, as they say, is power, and my friend felt that if he knew more about that place in the dark, that he would somehow be less afraid of it. He read about the history of the museum on the nights he could not sleep, and while he found very little of it helpful, one local legend struck a chord within him. It was rumoured that during the Second World War, a number of Jewish families took refuge in the tunnels below the Rijksmuseum. When two SS officers were tipped off as to their whereabouts, they entered the tunnels with some local volunteers hoping to arrest the people down there, and then, most probably, send them off to a concentration camp. The rumours were that the families managed to ambush the SS officers and their Nazi sympathisers, killing them and dumping the bodies somewhere in the sewers. This was the story Henke related to me when I met him in Amsterdam. It was sad to see him so shaken and vulnerable. A strong, powerful individual who had never shown so much as a hint of fear for or of anything in his life. A friend who I respected greatly, one with such indelible character, to be reduced to a diminished man living on his nerves. Unfortunately, the story does not end there. Some men are haunted both by what they have seen and by what they cannot understand. Ego can be a terrible burden on anyone. Once it is fractured or damaged, the lasting effects can be devastating. Henke could not let go of his pride, nor his desire to feel strong again, whole. He had never been afraid of anything before, and no matter what was in that tunnel, no matter how much I attempted to dissuade him, he was determined to confront it and reclaim his self-belief. 3 days later, Henke's body was found at the mouth of Tunnel 72F, stuffed into an old duffel bag. It was a heart attack which had killed him, but whoever broke, twisted, and shoved his body into that morbid sack after he died was never caught. I should mention that the bag was of particular interest to the police in the event that it could reveal something about Henke's death. It was traced to Germany, Army issue to be precise, and hadn't been manufactured since 1941.
Ooh, that one gave me the chills. This next story is, it appears to be narrated by me. Well, without further ado, from author Dylan Sindelar, I bring you The Showers. Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there's always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders and is so scary that no one's ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to produce a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims, simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my, grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts, in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I'd like to think that I've had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice, or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament, which I will recount in full for the internet to take from it what they will. I've laid this little introduction out as a sort of disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I've been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you, with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have, that this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it's probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I'll attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no end for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistic high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single, frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, just watching the students come into class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet, because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair, right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said in a monotonous voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers, and Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I'll attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told this story rendered the horror junkies speechless, and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask about the paper was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and really aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poconos in New Jersey down to the coasts of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and then back home to New York. This concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in, or some place that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were either in Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their extra cash and stay in a hotel for the night. They settled into a motel in the same town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of, when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. So, the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas, or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to, go up a couple miles to the corn, take a right and go down the dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So, as is the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. Mays' friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was, because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanations of the trees that almost tried to grab the car and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So, the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing in a small building with lights in it, in what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room as if it were daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced he'd seen someone as they pulled up. So, they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. I mean, why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant, empty hall. So, the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary, foreign place. He said that approaching that door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before their next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff, and Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by single bulbs spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on farms. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceilings constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you're that focused on something, or if you're that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays gasped that they were somewhere under the creepy forest they'd driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance to a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasing uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. Mays' friend grabbed the steel knocker and headed against the door several times, mockingly but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm he'd been bracing his friend's head with was soaking wet. He was confused about this and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking.
He said something along the lines of, "The lights. We have to go," when Mr. Mays took notice. "You know when you turn off a light," he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black, except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down? It was like that. But there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying. But that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit up the room just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. Mays' friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Mays was a generally playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you'd want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." That's a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it really was a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them, in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they hadn't had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off of their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life, just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle. Then pulled hard, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door to his right as he noticed what he grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. And there was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single, dim light bulb. "This is why I call them the showers," Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. "I slammed the red door behind me," he said, "and ran through that hallway faster than I've ever run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell." A couple of students snickered at his use of the word hell. So, when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you're headed, and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Except Jerry. The class laughed, and the mood lightened as a bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard. "I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout," said one girl. "I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog," said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story, and the detail that he included in it, left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple days later, I stayed after class and asked him about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs bit, kid." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple months and then was rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit. But I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reasons associated with this story. College was a fun time for me. I continued being the same ham that I had always been. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw lying with his head buried in his arm at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple semesters about 6 or so years ago." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How have you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I'd been doing for the last several years, and he told me apparently he was still teaching at the same school doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was all right, and he said that they were as good as they ever have been or were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I'd spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-teacher relationship, but now I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids, things that I never would have asked or cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, and not the infallible teacher I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey, signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. "That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people it. I had to come to grips with it, or some shit. He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think that something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. But I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right? He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. "Tim he didn't make it, Jack." He laughed. His laugh turned suddenly to tears. "Fucking took him, they did. I don't even know. Cops told us we were just drunk, that he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack." I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they'd have found the body, though. Then we could have shown them. He sighed. "That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know what else to say. It's a bad place." He carried on for a couple minutes more about his friend and the fun they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. "Hello, sweetheart," he whispered into the phone. "I'll be out in a second. He gagged. "Love you, baby." The person on the other end hung up the phone, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. "It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You've got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure you use it." He began to walk out of the bar. "Mr. Mays," I yelled after him. "Yeah, Jack?" He turned towards me. "Where'd you say all that showers business took place?" "Where? Hell, didn't I mention it? It was somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me." Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. Why? Well, he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's all right, though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him. And that's all I can ask for a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. That's where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers, and why I will never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska ever again. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up, and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped into the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key and ultimately inconsequential to this story. However, the important thing about it was that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a ham as I was in my younger years, but with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. Mays' story about the showers. Every time that I had told it, after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I'd spiced it up a little bit, but out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed the stories for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin at around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about that story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, that class, my love for everything horror-related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find the place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant, simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. Anyway, we left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or hell on earth, as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I'd remembered Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye-rolling when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting about the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up our hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it the name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details that I remembered from the story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone wasn't scornful or mean in any way, but she became very tense and deliberate with her words from that point on. People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore, she told us. And that was all a long time ago. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anybody who asked about it, he said. I mean, eventually you'd just get tired of people asking about it, and so you'd try to scare them and get them to shut up, wouldn't you? I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, Why did no one else in the town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us were scared of finding the showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed, or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations and a fleeting hope that we'd be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try to find the showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off of main roads for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way that this place was going to be off the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. Mays' story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska's dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small but thick forest. I use the term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of its insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we'd run into a few of those random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point, so we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless when the sun finished setting. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we'd found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced he made up the part about the animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. It didn't have any obvious signs of death. It just looked like it had simply laid down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several smaller clusters of branches out of the way before, but right in front of our exit was a giant, dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in the hopes that it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights from the car and the little bit of light from the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns that I'd seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but this was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all of the growth seemed to stop. I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So, you were just going to run off into that place in the dark?" He laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks, just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight in my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit, but there was no way I was going to do this by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight on the ground, grabbed the door, and said, 1, 2, 3. We pulled at the door with all we could muster. Once we'd managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back onto its track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I'd already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There weren't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believed Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. Mays' story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because at the very least it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But, despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we'd come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. "Even if I could just find a shower head or a pipe," he said, "then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking with me." I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I had told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes. It was out of place and oddly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit before I called him over. "This was probably as close as we were going to get, man," I said. "But this isn't it. Remember the silo?" His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted on his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. "This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we could still tell people that we found it." I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. "Yeah, man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy, though. We should get some pictures as proof, you know?" I agreed with him. "I'm gonna go grab the camera really quick," he said as he bolted out of the entrance of the building, leaving me alone. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the bush and into the car, but once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not even hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scratching against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped, trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stomped one more time, realizing that the floor I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat atop, so I was convinced that I'd found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted, "Steve, come over here! It's As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he'd be able to hear it upon entering the door. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of the fall is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you do know how to fuck up. My self-deprecation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. Jesus, Jack! Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up! Please, wake up! He screamed. I managed to lift my head up off the floor just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve. I'm okay. I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too. Really hard. Thank fuck, man. I thought you were dead. Imagine that, though. Dying in fucking Nebraska. It'd be awful. His words made me laugh a little bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy. I guess. A rope? Said Steve. What? I asked quietly. Should I go get a rope and get you out of here? Or do you see a ladder? I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way I was climbing out of here. Yeah, get the rope, I told him. It's buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure. Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he would be back in a little bit. And then he ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence, intertwined with the pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant, when I heard what I could only identify as breathing. Somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments until my head decided to rapidly replay Mr. Maze's story. When I'd first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall. It was too far away. But I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick, and I can't be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without my noticing, but I thought I heard a scraping sound not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you're walking across a dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again. Closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spiderweb in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make sounds to fill the gap or make you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that they couldn't see me, that they couldn't get to me. Whatever they might be. I turned off my flashlight, and I was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded as it cooled, and I put it into my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up to my foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself and trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve, as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something, somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it and the weight off of my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but couldn't find one. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness where I was just lying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard the drip noise again and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least a foot out from the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of the liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head, aimed down towards the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. It got all over my shoe, but that wasn't the least bit important at the time. I ignored the pain in my knee and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward, but it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through, though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, a doorknob and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and ceiling were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in. So I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to the hole that I'd fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This, again, is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me. And even now, I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it must have been the light from the car's headlights. Besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged but didn't open. I began to scream. My throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here. I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, and then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw, I still can't rationalize. I know what I saw, but I can't convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of a deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight, in between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy, or girl, I'm not entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel anger or deep hatred or something like it. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right words to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, the thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack," whispered the voice. It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I'm sure it just sounded like garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything that I had, and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. "What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I remember hearing a reply along the lines of, Just look at it. Tell me what you see. But my own screams of frustration drowned it out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly, "Rest for a second. I'll get it." The statement took just a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. "Steve, just do it, please. Just open it, please," I whimpered. "Just get me out of here." My voice was beginning to get louder. "Steve, god damn it, open the fucking wooden door." I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face, a small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had, "Open the fucking door!" The door behind me gave way and I fell onto the dirt, taking in a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated. But despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said, "Steve, why didn't you just open the fucking door?" I waited for a response, but none came. "Steve, seriously," I began. "I was fucking crawling, screaming for my life," I said as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out at this point because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I'd seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry. "Steve, this is not the fucking time. Come out of the fucking bushes." I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from the front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point. When I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I think he believes I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways. We just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I've never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there, and they were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door was locked. And then suddenly, it wasn't. I'm still as skeptical as I've ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or a social retard because of this. I drink a lot, but I'm still functional. But I'll never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There is no typical ending for my story. I was changed by my experience, yeah, but there's no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way to find any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside of the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of this whole story. I want people to know firsthand what this place is like. Maybe it's a drunk's rationale, or The kid inside me wanting to spread these kinds of stories again. I don't know. I don't care. But it's out there now, for people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, it's finally out of my head. It's getting late, and I'm gonna get another drink. Cheers. Ooh, I don't think I'll ever take a shower again after that one. Our next story is by Lemniscate64, and it's narrated by Let's Read. So, why don't we all take a necro sleep?
Cold Case File, necrosleep.net, April 18th, 2023. The following account is the only surviving evidence supporting the existence of necrosleep.net. The blog data was downloaded by a concerned reader just before it vanished from the internet in 2014. The data was not recovered until 9 years passed. These are the final moments of Reed Murdoch, written in his own words. My disconnected life. Blog author, Reed Murdoch. October 16th, 2014. Hey guys. So I've decided to start a blog about my new life. Most of you reading this are probably my friends and acquaintances, but for the rest of you, I'll expose a little bit about myself. My name's Reed. I just moved out of my stupid parents' basement, thank God. And now I'm pursuing my own life where no one can push me around anymore. Technically, I'm the one who ditched the place, but they all but kicked me out beforehand. Nobody gives a damn about a crackhead like me, not even my parents. Not that I care. Anyways, I'm doing my own thing now. I had to give up a few luxuries. My mom's hellacious cooking not worthy of being called a luxury. I'd much rather live off discount ramen noodles anyways. Sometimes I'll even have corn on the side when I'm feeling extra fancy. Speaking of fancy, I'll admit my apartment isn't anything but. It's the cheapest one I could find, in fact. I find the saying, "you get what you pay for," to be especially true when I'm trying to sleep to the lulling sound of what I can only guess is some old lady getting mugged in the dark alleyway next door. My ghetto sanctuary consists of one living room, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a closet. The walls are practically made of cardboard and the carpet is stained with God knows what, but it's good enough for me. Living with me is my poor excuse for a cat named Twig. She's one of those weird hairless breeds and, in turn, a real conversation piece. I'm often asked why the cat's turned inside out or if she was the victim of some perverse taxidermy project gone wrong. As shoddy as my life seems, living on the cheap has its benefits. My cost of living is next to nothing, so I can make enough money to survive by doing odd jobs on the internet without ever leaving the house. I spend half of the month writing bogus reviews for products I've never used and filling out surveys on political issues I know nothing about, then spend the other half surfing the web and watching pirated reruns of The X-Files. I don't even have to pay for internet service thanks to my neighbor's complete failure to secure their Wi-Fi hotspot. I bet their data overages are through the roof now. Oh well, not my problem. I'll be updating this blog every day or two if I'm up to anything interesting. Thanks for reading this boring crap. Hopefully my life will get a little more exciting in the days to come. Read. October 18th, 2014. I've decided to do something unusual. It's 3 a.m., and I intend to stay up all night, caffeinated beverages at my side. Why am I doing this, you ask? Because I'm permanently switching to a nocturnal sleep schedule. In other words, I'll be sleeping during the day instead of the night. I have a number of good reasons for doing this. 1, there's less people out at night, so leaving the building won't be such a dreaded thing. 2, sunlight gives you cancer, right? 3, screw social norms. 4, the internet speed seems to increase substantially after midnight. 5, it's a free country. I don't even need reasons. Also, I ran into this cool forum called Nocturnal Underground. Naturally, it's full of sun-loathing recluses and cynical misanthropes like me. How perfect. I registered straight away and found the forum dwellers to be very welcoming. It's not the most famous of internet destinations, more of a tight-knit hole in the wall for a very obscure subculture. We all seem to share a general appreciation for societal disconnect, which is cool, because I really thought I was the only whack job who can't stand dealing with normal people. After all, it's these normal people who are telling me I don't have the right to smoke whatever substances I damn well please, as if it's their business. And I'll let you all know how this whole nocturnal thing works for me. Peace out. Read. October 21st, 2014. I'm adjusting very well to my new lifestyle. I can already tell this is the way I should have been living all along. The internet is a far more interesting place during the night. Everything has been fairly normal lately, except for one thing. Yesternight, I received a mysterious private message on Nocturnal Underground. Here's the message copied and pasted for your reading pleasure. To Readman 07 from Revelation 666. Subject: necrosleep.net. Congratulations, Readman 07. You've been invited to an invitation-only website that will change your life forever. Discover what society doesn't want you to know at necrosleep.net. Use your exclusive invitation code to enter DCLXVI. Find out what you've been missing your entire life. necrosleep.net. Sounds like a total scam, but it piqued my interest. I couldn't resist going to the site just to see what the hell it was. So I went there and arrived at a completely empty black page. I noticed the text cursor blinking in the center, indicating I could type there. I presumed that this was where I was supposed to type the invitation code, and I presumed correctly. When the home page loaded, I immediately noticed that all of the text was in Russian besides the title header, which simply read, necrosleep.net in English. My web browser automatically detected that the site was Russian and offered to translate it for me, so of course I clicked yes. Now, this site was clearly on the shady side. Whoever designed it was certainly not well versed in web design, as the site had more in common with a notepad document than a good web page. The background was black, the white text was written in the oh-so-generic Courier font, and under the title header was a row of red hyperlinks labeled as follows: Main, Purchase, Secret, and Credit. Here's an excerpt from the main page. Welcome to necrosleep.net. This website is invitation only. Selected visitors have exclusive access to our special product that will change their life forever. Necrosleep is a product that safely negates the biological necessity of sleep, thanks to our miraculous secret formula. With 1 pill a day, you will never feel the need to sleep again. Try it for yourself by clicking the purchase link. If necrosleep doesn't change your life, we will offer you a complete refund. Your astonishment is guaranteed. What a bold claim these people are making. There's no way this stuff actually works, otherwise everyone would be taking it. Obviously I was skeptical and still am, but I clicked around the site a bit more just out of curiosity. I clicked the secret hyperlink, which took me to another page. Here's the text from said page. Necrosleep is comprised of special and rare ingredients, which we cannot disclose in order to ensure that our formula stays in private hands. In order to keep our product available, it can only be distributed through alternative means on an exclusive basis. The active ingredient in necrosleep has been sought after for years by doctors and scientists intending to displace sleep with wakefulness. Only we have managed to do what others could not, as permitted by the will of our master. We can assure you with full confidence that our product will change your life, and you will never feel the need to sleep again. Feel free to indulge in our secret. Alternative means, more like black market. Whatever's going on here doesn't appear to be legal exactly. Not that I care about the law, I just get untrustworthy vibes from this site. Anyways, I continued on and clicked the credit hyperlink. My heart skipped a little when I was confronted with honestly the most uncanny photo of a living person I've ever seen. It was an old, black and white photo of a tall man in a doctor's coat. If he wasn't standing upright, I'd say the guy was dead. But my guess is that he was just cadaverously unhealthy, and probably blind from the looks of his pale, lifeless eyes. Not a trace of emotion could be found in his face. There was a small bit of text below the photo, which read as follows. Credit for the pioneering of necrosleep goes to the brilliant Dr. Hale A. Stan, proxy of our master and founder of the Ukrainian Institute of Occult Medicine. His work lives on. Proxy of our master? Occult medicine? Maybe I've watched too many horror movies, but this isn't your typical snake oil sales pitch. Maybe they're part of some deranged religious group or something. I admit, I was slightly creeped out, but more fascinated. I clicked the purchase hyperlink out of mere curiosity once again. Turns out each pill costs some absurd amount of Russian currency, which I found was equal to about $130 per pill. It's ridiculous. Not that I would buy them even if I could. I immediately left the site. At this point, I'm guessing it's probably a lousy foreign credit card scam or some weird cult initiative. Either way, it made my day more interesting than it normally would have been. Read. October 22nd, 2014. I posted a thread on Nocturnal Underground about the mystery user who sent me the strange PM. I found myself wanting to know more about this whole necrosleep.net thing. So as a part of my investigation, I sought to find out who the user was. Here's a transcript of the forum thread. Readman07. Hey guys. I hope I'm not disrupting the order of things by posting this in the trolling and harassment section. I didn't know where else to put it. I figured this incident of mine might qualify as spam case if other people are getting the same advertisement message I am. Basically, the other day I got a PM from a user I've never seen before called Revelation 666, and the message was an advertisement for some supplement. Has anyone seen this user on the forums before? I sure haven't. If you have any information, that'd be great. Cosmic Trash Bin. I don't recognize the username. He must be fairly new or just inactive. What were the exact contents of the message? We could probably get an ad man to ban him for advertising. Here's a screen cap of the message. Strange. Did you actually go to the website? I hope not. It's probably infested with viruses, lol. Just tried going there. It's just a black screen. The invite code didn't work either. It just gave me a pop-up box that said invalid IP. Readman07. Of course I went there. I couldn't resist. Thug life for life. Doesn't work for me either. Invalid MP. Cosmic Trashman. If it only works for Readman07, maybe it's bound to his IP somehow. Can you get some screenshots of the site? You sparked my interest. Readman07. Here you are. The page initially in Russian, so I had my browser translate it. Looks shady as hell. Don't even mess with it. You're asking for trouble just by clicking the link. You're probably being keylogged as we speak. Not to mention the product they're selling is probably laced with cyanide. If he's stupid enough to buy it, well, the gene pool is better off without him anyways. Never trust a Russian. I'm Russian, I find that offensive. You said you were Asian last week. Make up your mind. Readman07. I leave this thread for 5 minutes, and chaos ensues. Everybody calm the expletive down. Of course, I'm not going to mess with it. These supposed miracle pills are $130 each. Who do you think I am, Johnny Cash? Just because his name was Johnny Cash doesn't mean he was rich or had lots of cash or whatever. Of course he was rich, you dumb expletive. He's Johnny Expletive Cash. Whose bright idea was it to equip this form with a profanity filter anyways? It's expletive stupid. Redman07. Before this thread deteriorates any further, let me just say I've put tape over my webcam just in case something slipped past my antivirus. But it's probably just a credit card scam or something. I'll do some research on it tomorrow. The sun's been up for 3 hours and I'm running low on energy drinks. I'll contact one of our admins about this. Spam isn't tolerated here. I ought to see if they're willing to uninstall the profanity filter plugin as well. I got a message later on from HG Wishingwells, one of the admins, saying that the user Revelation666 doesn't exist in the database, and that the only way I could have received the message is if the mail client was bypassed somehow. In other words, somebody hacked the system just to send me a spam message. What the hell? Read. October 23rd, 2014. I finally got around to Googling necrosleep. The results were mostly irrelevant YouTube channels and defunct 90s screamo bands from the looks of it, but I noticed among the garbage results a link to a post on fastmd.com. The preview said, "Does anyone know if this necrosleep stuff actually works?" So I clicked on it, only to be directed to a page stating, "The post you're looking for has been deleted and no longer exists." I should have known. Nothing can ever be easy and predictable. I returned to the results and had to scan over several pages of them before finally running into an old gaming forum thread where the website necrosleep.net was mentioned. This time, the post hadn't been deleted. In the middle of a conversation about maximizing crop production in some medieval strategy game, one of the users claimed to have taken necrosleep in order to tend to his virtual farm 24 hours a day. Needless to say, the other forum patrons were highly skeptical. The guy posted a link to necrosleep.net in an attempt to back up his claim, ultimately failing to convince them because, you guessed it, the site was bound to his IP address. He also had the same invitation code as me, DCLXVI, leading me to believe it's just a formality intended to make you feel special. But that doesn't explain why and how my IP, and apparently somebody else's, got singled out. The bragger then claimed that there was irrefutable proof of his ceaseless wakefulness in his in-game score. In relation to the length of time his account has existed, his score was excessively high. So high, in fact, that it would be impossible for him to attain so high a score in so short a time frame, unless he was playing the game for at least 21 hours a day, which leaves practically no time for sleeping. Despite all that, they attributed his accomplishment to an automatic bot program that operated the game for him during the night. Since cheating in this way is against the game's rules, his account was promptly banned, according to the moderator at the end of the thread. Sure enough, in little red letters below his forum avatar were the words, "Banned for bot abuse. August 12th, 2006. I couldn't find any more relevant results for NecroSleep or NecroSleep.net, other than what I've just told you about. Looks like these online dope dealers are pretty stealth. I'm just dying to know what their real motives might be, because I could think of a million better ways to seal someone's credit card number or pedal quack remedies. It could be a prank, but evidently this has been going on since 2006 at least. Perhaps some jokes just never die. Read. October 25th, 2014. I got another PM from Revelation 666. Am I the only one who gets creeped out by that name? Knowing what I know now, it makes me uneasy to think about the great lengths this user went to contact me specifically. For some reason, they stealthily bypassed the system just to send me these messages and make me this offer. Here's the message I just received. Congratulations, Readman07. You've been selected to receive a free 30-day trial of NecroSleep. Claim your exclusive reward at necrosleep.net/backdoor. Find out what you've been missing your entire life, risk-free. Once again, my curiosity got the best of me. Bracing myself for whatever scam was coming my way, I clicked the link. I was taken to a page asking for my address. Nothing more. I thought about it carefully, knowing full well that these people likely have malicious intentions. But if I entered my post office box, what's the worst that could happen? Worst case scenario, they send me some junk mail or some faulty pills. The point is that I finally know what they want from me. I entered the address. Read. October 28th, 2014. I decided to go back to the thread I posted on Nocturnal Underground and let people know what's up. Sure enough, the reactions were amusing. Well, guys, it happened again. Look at the attachment. Don't tell me you clicked on this one too. I did. Then it asked me for my address. But don't worry, I only entered my P.O. box. Are you out of your expletive mind? I take it you couldn't persuade the admins to disable the profanity filter. No expletive, Sherlock. Apparently they get a huge kick out of watching us quarrel over it. I wouldn't be surprised if H.G. Wishingwell sent me these weird messages just to stir up some controversy around here. Neither would I. The mystery has been solved. Everybody go home. H.G. Wishingwells. In all seriousness, I had nothing to do with this. I swear on my grandmother's life. Readman07. Swearing on the life of a dead person isn't exactly the most convincing way to plead. I think the joke's gone far enough. HG, did you do it or not? HG, I really didn't do it. The admins and I were generally perplexed when we saw where the message came from. Or should I say, where the messages didn't come from. It was certainly not from any registered user on the inside. If they were actually to send the pills, are you going to take them? You couldn't pay me $1 million to try that expletive. I can personally guarantee you that stuff is too good to be true. Nothing can make you stay awake forever. I agree with Cosmic. Don't take this any further. Readman07. Even if they do send me the pills and it's not just junk mail, I'm not going to take it unless I find some more information on it. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Chill out, guys. I probably won't update this thread anymore, so follow my blog if you want to know what's up with me. The link's on my profile. Well, we pretty much ruled out the possibility that it's a prank by the admins. I don't think H.G. Wishingwells would carry on a prank this long, nor would he lie so blatantly. And even if one of the other admins were to prank me, I can't imagine they would do it with some Russian supplement pitch. It's just all too strange. Read. October 30th, 2014. Last night, I had a buddy of mine deliver the mail to my doorstep in exchange for some coding work on his flash site. I'll do just about anything to avoid leaving the building, but that's not the point. The point is that I received an envelope with no return address, yet I immediately knew who it was from. The envelope was old, very old, like it's been sitting in a dusty attic for decades. I opened the stained envelope only to find a smaller manila envelope inside, also rather old-looking. Inscribed on the small envelope was the word necrosleep, and a word of advice on storing the packet in a cool, dark place for maximum potency. The words appeared to have been stamped onto the envelope rather than printed. I opened the small envelope, and sure enough, there were 30 black pills inside, more crude than what you might get from your local pharmacy. Now before you all start freaking out, I'm not going to take these, at least not until I can dig up some more reliable information on it. Now I know that these Russian dope dealers weren't just trying to send me junk mail. The question is, why would they send me the pills if they don't actually work? Surely they must want my money, which they wouldn't get after a failed 30-day trial. What if they're trying to kill me? I never did have a good feeling about any of this, but the curiosity is killing me. Read. October 31st, 2014. It just occurred to me that I completely overlooked something. I never researched Dr. Hale A. Stan, the guy who apparently had something to do with necrosleep. So I did a quick Google search and found, much to my surprise, that he had his own article on Wikipedia. The article states that Dr. Stan was a Ukrainian scientist and physician who claimed to have been directly involved in the experiments portrayed in a 1940 motion picture which documents Soviet research into the resuscitation of clinically dead organisms. Here's an excerpt from the article. The motion picture, Experiments in the Revival of Organisms, depicts various disturbing medical experiments conducted on canines, one of which involves keeping a dog's decapitated head alive with a primitive autojector machine that supplied it with oxygenated blood. The operations in the film were credited to Dr. Sergei Brukhanenko. However, Dr. Hale A. Stan incessantly claimed to be the one who really conducted the experiments and invented the autojector, and that they only credited Brukhanenko because Stan was sentenced to life in prison for illegally conducting gruesome experiments on humans. He believed that because he had consent for his test subject, albeit through bribery, he had not committed any immoral crime. The Lenin Prize was awarded to Brukhanenko for the autojector, while Stan remained in permanent imprisonment. It wasn't until they discovered the lost footage of his morbid human experiments that they had him executed by lethal injection. His last words, spoken in an unidentifiable language, died with him. Dr. Hale A. Stan was rumored to have pioneered a variety of cures for major conditions such as narcolepsy and epilepsy, although the results were not published in a scientific manner, and therefore the majority of his alleged accomplishments were unverifiable and seemingly occult in nature. The number of people had apparently cured of various incurable afflictions between 1930 and 1940 was in the thousands. Attempts to replicate his documents' remedies ultimately failed, leading most to believe he was practicing pseudoscience. It is believed by some that Dr. Hale A. Stan has a following to this day, and that his miracle cures are still being practiced and peddled from Russia and Ukraine. Some claim to have received mysterious emails and offers pertaining to Dr. Hale A. Stan's work. All investigations revealed no evidence to support these claims. I'll admit, some of this stuff unnerves me. Morbid human experiments aren't exactly pleasant things to look into. But it seems to me this guy was just doing what was necessary to advance his research. Maybe he really was onto something. Maybe his cures couldn't be replicated because they were so advanced. I don't really know. All I know is what I received one of those mysterious offers that supposedly don't exist beyond hearsay. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe I really was selected to receive a gift too great for the masses. Maybe they were dead serious when they said this would change my life. Read. November 1st, 2014. I'm holding the pill in my hand, ready to take it at a moment's notice. I've been thinking hard about this. I know it's not the safest thing to do, but I'm a risk taker. If this turns out badly, I don't have much to live for anyways. Life is nothing without danger, and I want to know the motives of these people more than anything. I need to know what they want from me. I need to know what I'm missing. There's only one way to find out. Read. November 3rd, 2014. I can't believe it. It's actually working. I haven't slept in 3 days. And I don't even feel remotely tired. Holy hell, I've never felt so focused and stimulated in my life. I don't know what's in this stuff, but it works. I don't know how long it's going to work exactly, so I'm not getting my hopes up. But the claim that I'll never need to sleep again, ever. So far, so good. November 4th, 2014. Still works like a charm after 4 days. But lately, the light has been really bothering me. So I duct taped a piece of cardboard over the window. I never liked the window anyways. At night, I get this feeling I'm being watched from the outside, and it's been making me anxious more than usual. It's easy to think you're seeing something uncanny out the window, until you realize it's just your own reflection distorted by the cheap glass pane. Anyways, that issue has been resolved. I also found something interesting when I was taking my nightly pill. Until recently, I failed to notice a symbol stamped on the inside of the small manila envelope. Yes, the inside. I know I've seen the symbol before, but I can't remember where exactly. It's a downward pointing pentagram with what I think is a goat's head inscribed within it. Maybe they just reused an old envelope and turned it inside out or something. Read. November 5th, 2014. Thanks to one of my followers for pointing out something I didn't realize. The emblem inside the envelope was actually a satanic symbol. Yeah, needless to say, I'm definitely not taking this crap anymore. This sort of thing really creeps me out. I'm done. I wish I had read the message before I took it tonight. I'll just quit tomorrow. I mean, it hasn't harmed me thus far, and I feel great. So maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's just a symbol. Probably a printing mistake or something. But screw that. I'm not messing around with demonic affairs. No way in hell. Read. November 6th, 2014. Over the past week, I've been taking one of these pills at exactly 10 p.m. each night. I planned on stopping the pills tonight, but around 10:30, I started getting this horrible headache, and it got progressively worse. I was thinking maybe it was just me adjusting to suddenly going off necrosleep. So I waited another hour, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I took another pill. I know I could quit if I wanted to, but I'm starting to think there's no reason to. I mean, I don't have to sleep anymore. I've been feeling energized. I should just man up and stop being irrational. Read. November 9th, 2014. I've been making a killing with all this free time and newfound focus. I made $5,000 in a single day of trading virtual property. That's not including my online poker proceeds over the last week, which are through the goddamn roof. Suddenly, I had this intuitive grasp of numbers that I had never had before. I've been living my life in a daze until now. They were right. This really is changing my life. November 11th, 2014. Here's a rather peculiar story for you guys. I was sitting on the couch, minding my own business, when I noticed a couple of gleaming eyes staring at me from the dark corner. I thought nothing of it, knowing it must have been Twigs skulking about. Cats have reflective eyes. Who else would it be? I looked away, and at that very same moment, I felt it. Twig's wrinkly little self curling up next to me. I looked back toward the corner, those beady eyes still fixed upon me with Twig clearly at my side. I blinked, and the eyes were gone. Man, my brain's really trying to screw with me. It had to have been mental. Yet I remember with such lucidity. Come to think of it, I should have known it wasn't Twig from the start. Cat's eyes don't glow red. Anyways, let's hope it was just a freak brain malfunction. After all, what else could it possibly be? Read. November 12th, 2014. I'm going to run out of food eventually. Obviously, I could go to the store and restock myself, but the thought scares me. The thought of leaving the safety of my apartment. The thought of social interaction. I now dread it more than I ever have. I never have preferred going out to staying in, but I've never dreaded it this much. It wasn't always so terribly afraid. None of my instant messenger friends had been online lately, and they stopped upvoting my blog post. Who's going to get my groceries? What if I have to go out there? I shouldn't be panicking like this, honestly. I'm being stupid. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot. Read. November 13th, 2014. My friend Jake came online. It was a temporary relief that lasted about as long as it took him to say, "I'm not dropping off the food until you agree to get out of the house." That was his offer, entailing that I leave the house and go clubbing with the guys in exchange for help. I declined out of pure fear. He was worried for my health, apparently. I can't blame him for thinking I'm becoming a feral hermit doomed to die alone in his pathetic slum. But he just doesn't understand. Nobody understands me. At least I'm pretty sure I got enough food to last till Thanksgiving, if I stretch it. Read. November 15th, 2014. I need to tell you all about another strange experience I had yesterday. I've been leaving my TV on lately so the silence doesn't irritate me. That children's show, Bucko's Garden, was on. You know, the show we all watched as kids until we matured enough to realize how mindless and nonsensical it was. Yeah, that show. It was playing in the background on my boxy old TV in the corner. Eventually, it distracted me and I found myself zoning out into it for lack of better things to do. It must have been a Thanksgiving episode, considering Bucko, a guy dressed like a deer with a human face, was in the kitchen preparing sweet potatoes and cranberries. This is about as intelligible as the show gets. Things got a bit weird when he decided to let the anthropomorphic cranberries go into his garden at the last minute, as if they were captive insects. The sweet potatoes weren't so lucky. Bucko sent his bird friends to retrieve a pumpkin pie from the pie tree, and his squirrel friends to collect gravy from the gravy cow, who coincidentally regurgitates mashed potatoes to boot. I told you the show was weird, but that's not even the start. I didn't realize something was off until Bucko pulled out a knife, a full-fledged razor-sharp knife that wouldn't expect to see in such a benign show. With the other hand, he opened the oven and pulled it out. Not a ham, not a turkey. A roasted human fetus. Mother of God. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. How on earth could this be allowed on television? Were my eyes deceiving me? I don't know, but I turned it off as soon as he started cutting into it. The gore was too much, even for me. I'm still having a hard time believing what my own eyes clearly saw. I couldn't have been dreaming. I haven't had so much as a nap in 15 days. I don't even know. Maybe something's wrong with me. I've been forgetting my PC login password. Even after I changed it to something else and wrote it down, I forgot where I wrote it down, and where I wrote it, forgot it down. I can't even think properly right now. Read. November 18th, 2014. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared out of my mind right now. I walked into the bathroom, planning to take my first shower in weeks. I never imagined I'd open the door and see anything more than my own reflection in the mirror. Instead, I saw it, standing behind me, staring, completely motionless. I froze and panicked more than I ever have in my entire life, I swear. You don't know true fear. You don't even have a clue. I can still see it, engraved in my mind. The face. It was demonic. It was gone as soon as it came. I'd say I was just imagining things, but it felt all too real. I'm not going into that bathroom ever again. I'll just go in the kitchen sink or something. I can't handle this. I wonder if these pills are screwing with my head. I need to stop. I need to stop now. I don't even feel safe in my own apartment anymore. I feel like the shadows are watching me. Read. November 20th, 2014. I tried to stop the pills again, but I had a change of heart at the last minute. Something told me not to, like a voice in my head. I just feel like it would be wrong and somehow my life would fall apart if I stopped. I don't think this is normal, the way I'm living. I can't imagine it any other way. I can't imagine stepping out into the light, or even the moonlight for that matter. All of my instant messenger contacts have been offline since Jake talked to me last, and I don't know if my food will last another week. Twig's getting pretty skinny since I've been eating her cat food to stretch my supplies a bit, but she'll be okay as long as someone comes online by Thanksgiving. Speaking of which, nobody invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner. Not even my family. But that's okay. I hate my parents anyway. Screw them. November 22nd. I've been hearing more voices in my head. Horrible voices. It's really scaring me and I don't know what to do. Is it some sort of side effect or something? I can't hear myself think sometimes, like I'm losing control over my own thoughts. And these thoughts I have are so dark. It's not like me to think that way. I would never hurt anyone. I'm not like that. I tried to go to necrosleep.net again just to see if there's something I missed about side effects, and it said the domain is no longer in use. The site was shut down. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm terrified of myself. November 25th. The voices won't stop. I used to think they were malevolent, but now I'm not so sure. Sometimes it feels like they're trying to liberate me. They want me to listen to them desperately. They show me things, horrible things, and yet these things don't even seem horrible to me anymore. I'm numb. I don't feel anything. But I know there's one thing I can do to make me feel again. Part of me says it's terribly wrong, but the voices tell me otherwise. The voices are my friends now. The demons are my friends. November 26th. Twig is in heaven now. I had to do it. I had to know what it tasted like. It was satisfying, but I need more. I thought I'd never leave this room again, but I don't have a choice anymore. I need more of it. The face is getting angry. The voices are getting angry. My head hurts so bad. I need more. It hurts so much. I need more. They're hurting me. I need to feed them more. They need more. I need more. I have to make it stop. I need more. I need more. Make it stop. Police Report, Part 1, Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2014. Victim, Paul Murdoch. Aggressor, Reed Murdoch. Police arrived on the scene after a frantic 911 call from Margaret Murdoch, confirmed to be the aggressor's mother. The victim, Paul Murdoch, the aggressor's father, was found in the process of being mauled and cannibalized by the aggressor, Reed Murdoch, whose face and mouth was covered in blood and brain matter. Reed was shot dead after refusing to stop eating his own father, whose skull was torn open entirely. Drug use is suspected to be involved. Police Report, Part 2, November 29th, 2014. Reed Murdoch's residence was inspected thoroughly by investigators. A hairless, headless, and disemboweled cat carcass was found on the kitchen counter. The cat's blood and bodily fluids were spilled throughout the house, while the head was found crushed, brain completely removed, and nowhere to be found. The apartment was clearly inhabited by an utterly insane individual, given the foul and uncleanly nature of the place. An old TV rested in the corner, turned on, displaying only static and white noise. It had no antenna. a suspicious packet of unidentified pills was recovered. The resident's computer and other personal effects were confiscated and await further analysis. Autopsy report, December 4th, 2014. Subject, Reed Murdoch. The contents of Reed Murdoch's digestive tracts was a disturbing mixture of human tissue, mostly brain matter and cerebrospinal fluid. Examination of his own brain, however, was even more disturbing and perplexing. His brain was clearly and visibly deteriorating. The brain tissue was black and red rather than the usual pinkish gray, and riddled with holes throughout. Closer examination revealed thousands of small black parasites to be consuming the brain. This was undoubtedly the cause of the man's insidious psychosis. Testing on the parasites was inconclusive, as they didn't match any known species. Further testing is required. The unknown pills recovered from Murdoch's apartment have been tested and confirmed to contain a vile plethora of uncommon substances, including obscure, highly addictive euphoric drugs, human hormones, and parasitic eggs, presumably meant to remain dormant in a cool place until introduced into the body, allowing them to hatch and evidently invade the brain. It is unclear how he acquired the pills and where they came from, although whoever concocted them surely had malicious intent. Police Report, Part 3, December 6, 2014. Two friends of Reed Murdoch, Jake Fairfax and Douglas Lopez, were questioned at the police station. Immediately they referred to his online blog, where he allegedly recorded his path to eventual insanity. It was found that the blog mysteriously disappeared off the face of the internet for reasons unknown. They were aware of the unknown pills Reed was taking, claiming they originated from the website necrosleep.net. Investigators later confirmed the website does not exist.
You know, a story about sleep really gets me thinking. Kind of like in this next story. Conveniently, this one, narrated by Sir Ayme and written by Domenic Betters, is about a plushy doll.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and listen to this story.
Oh my God, look! It's 6:30. The movie started 10 minutes ago, and nothing is worse than being late for a movie. Dislocating your arm, being buried alive, listening to the NSYNC Christmas album on loop. These things are far less painful than missing the beginning of a movie. To spend $10 and not even know how it all began was pure torment. But nonetheless, despite all of that, Kristen still deemed it necessary to stop dead in her tracks and gawk at something in one of the crane machines full of stuffed animals. What was so important in there, so amazing, that they most certainly would now miss the beginning of the movie? What sort of absurd, adorable, cute stuffed monstrosity had caught her interest this time? What could it possibly be? Whoa! And there it was, pressed against the glass. Not exactly cute or adorable, not some unicorn or fairy, nothing that would normally catch Kristen's eye at all. But there it was, a plain little human plushy doll. Domenic's friend, Kristen, a slender girl with long black hair streaked with red, green eyes and a full, pretty face, had her hands and face pressed against the glass like a 5-year-old looking at a puppy in a pet shop. Inside the machine was a doll wearing a black shirt with a white skull in the middle. The door was pale-coloured and topped with a mess of black hair. Below its nose was a little drawn-on moustache, and below the mouth, a little stringy goatee. All in all, a weird little doll. Dom looked down at his own shirt, black with a white skull in the middle, and shook his head in disbelief. Did he really put on this shirt this morning? For some reason, he had trouble remembering. He ran his pale hand through his messy hair and stroked his goatee, deep in thought. Kristen smirked at the similarities that paraded themselves between her friend and his stuffed counterpart. Sure, the shirt could have been a coincidence, but everything else? What are the odds? Glancing at Domenic, she could tell she wasn't the only one that thought so. Wow, it's a plushy me, Domenic said. I know! How crazy is that? Look at it! It's even got your goatee, Kristen marveled. And my shirt! Kristen began to laugh. Oh my god, yeah! Try to win it! There's no way, it's smashed up against the glass. I suck at these things anyway. Aww, but it's so cute in that creepy you kind of way. I can always hit up eBay. Looking at it from a different angle, he was able to see past Grumpy Bear's arm and spot the red and black tag attached to the sleeve of the Dom doll. Despite still being partially covered, he was able to see enough to know that this doll belonged to Dreamweaver. What that was, toy company, band, movie, cartoon, he had no clue. Hey, you ever hear of something called Dreamweaver? He asked. I think it's a TV show. Come on, we're missing our movie. As they reached the door to Theatre 6, he turned to Kristen and asked, You think I can sue for likeness infringement? Yeah, I'm sure, Kristen replied with a dash of sarcasm. That night, Dom sat down amidst all the clutter of his computer desk with one single objective. The screen flickered on and showed the same familiar skull and crossbones background. Well, at least he thought it was familiar. Wasn't it Godzilla? Well, never mind that. It's time to get him a plushy Dom. Dom typed in Dreamweaver plush in the eBay search bar and hit enter. No matches. He then tried Dreamweaver goth doll. No matches. The excitement was quickly wearing away. Dreamweaver toys. Still no matches. Simply out of frustration, he typed in Dom plushie. And, surprise, there were no matches. Dom was ready to reach into the screen and strangle eBay for being so worthless. Giving up on eBay and its whole lot of nothing, he tried searching Dreamweaver on Yahoo. The first link carried him to a page for the TV show Dreamweaver. Dom didn't watch much TV, so he was clueless as to what it was. From the brief plot outline and picture, it was easy for Dom to tell that this was another one of those teen dramedies that had no chance of ever holding his interest. In fact, the site about this show had also lost his interest. With the new depressing knowledge that his likeness was part of a stupid teen bore fest, Dom decided to give his body what it had been crying for, and went to sleep. Dom's cell phone woke him up bright and early, demanding his attention. There was only one person who was allowed to call this early without suffering his wrath. Hi, Mummy. Hi, Dommy. What's up? He asked. Oh, just making sure you're coming up to the camp this weekend. Crap, was that this weekend? Yeah, it was. You're still going to make it, right? Dom's mother asked. Yeah, I can still make it up there. Got my weeks mixed up, I guess. Good. See you there. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Bye. He sat up in bed and looked around, his face contorted and jumbled by the lingering effects of sleep. How the hell did his room get so messy? Clothes were scattered over the floor, Spider-Man and Godzilla posters half hung on the wall, begging for gravity to finish the job. Loose change was spread everywhere, as far as the eye could see. Walking to the shower, he stopped for a second to marvel at the majestically unimpressive view of the north side of Pittsburgh. It was a gloomy winter day in the city, and this part of the city always looked extra gloomy. Everything looked even worse today now that the park, the one bright spot in the area, was replaced by a parking lot. He couldn't even remember when they got rid of the park. As far as he could remember, that park was always there. After the shower, a quick glance at the clock told him it was almost time for work. As much as he really didn't want to go, somebody had to pay for the $1,000 TV in the living room. The next 10 minutes were spent on an apartment-wide manhunt. The fugitive in question were his favorite pair of cargo pants. The escapee somehow eluded him, though. He was forced by time to give up the search and settle for a lesser pair of black slacks. Dom then reached into his drawer and pulled the first black shirt out from the top of the pile. The shirt he grabbed looked new, and even had the tag still on it. Huh? Dom tried to replay the last week's worth of events, trying to remember when he went out and bought this shirt. He honestly couldn't think of any time he did. Maybe it was a gift from someone and he just forgot about it till now. Either way, he had no complaints about it, really. Now showered and dressed, Dom was ready to tackle the day. Wait, where the hell were his shoes? Work that day was the same routine it always was. Head to Giant Eagle, cut meat, bullshit with the other butchers, clean up, more bullshitting, go home. By 3 o'clock, Dom was so anxious to sit down and relax. Anyone passing by might have thought the store was on fire for how fast he shot out of there. 20 minutes later, Dom was through the door of his apartment and making a beeline for the couch. Right now, sitting was the only thing on his mind. He fell into the couch and looked around the room. He thought to himself how unfortunate it was that the room wasn't cleaned by little magical gnomes while he was gone. Maybe it was time to start cleaning. Tomorrow. Or next week, maybe. Dom had almost dozed off while mapping out a 6-month plan for a clean apartment when his phone rang. "Hey babe, what's up?" "Babe?" Kristen replied. "So, how's it going?" "Well, I was calling to see if we were still going to play laser tag tonight." Domenic paused and thought to himself, "We were supposed to go play laser tag? Not like I've got anything better to do." Then to Kristen he said, "Sure." "Oh, okay. So Dom, can you tell me why you aren't here?" "Oh, I was just running late at work. Lots of old people wanted Piggy today, and nightmare it was. Let me hop in the shower and I'll be there in about half an hour, okay?" "Fine. Hurry up, though. I really want to shoot you." "Thanks. Well, see you in a bit," he said, then quickly caught her before she hung up. "Oh, hey, eBay didn't have a single damn one of those dolls." "Well, I don't see why it would. If there to be any of those things on eBay, that would imply that someone had to go and buy one in the first place. And honestly, who the hell would buy a doll that looks like you?" Then answering herself, "No one. That's who. No one." "Love you too, babe," Dom retorted. "Enough of the babe thing." The next day started as any other would. Getting up, sending out the search party for his missing shoes, and heading to work. It wasn't until Dom got to work that things took a drastic change. "What the hell are you doing here?" Those words came from a large bear of a man. This gruff individual was the head of the meat department, Dom's boss. He was standing in front of the door to the meat department, wearing an apron covered in some sort of animal blood. "I'm supposed to work today, right?" At first Dom thought this was normal. A lot of times he forgot when he was supposed to come in and would accidentally come in early. "Was I scheduled later?" "Scheduled? You were fired last week, you dumb shit!" "What?" Dom shouted back, not caring if a scene was about to be caused. "When was I fired?" "You know damn well when! Now get the hell out of here!" Dom was about to say something else when he saw his buddy Greg behind the manager shaking his head, trying desperately to shout, "No, just leave," with his eyes. He still really wanted to find out why he was fired. The look on Greg's face was so distressing that he knew he needed to leave quickly. Did you not hear me? Grizzly said in a tone that Dom had never been the victim of before. I said, get out! It was then that Dom noticed his now former boss still clenched his blood-soaked 8-inch-long boning knife. Visions of that knife being stuck somewhere on his body propelled him out of the door without another word. What the hell was going on? When and why was he fired? And the look in his Greg's face was just frightening. What did he do that infuriated his boss like that? His job at Giant Eagle wasn't the greatest, but there was something that he liked to do. And he loved all the people there. They were like a second family to him. The thought of not being able to go there every day and see all his friends was far more crushing than he had expected. He sat against the hood of his car, closed his eyes, and tried to make sense of everything. While this was certainly the worst example, there have been plenty of things going on lately that just didn't sit right with him. New shirts, computer backgrounds changing, plans he never made. All the things that at first just seemed like small lapses of memory were now coupled with this sudden termination into a whole new distressing light. Was he going crazy? Was the stress getting to him? What stress? He was always so laid back, wasn't he? Wasn't he? A thought popped into Dom's head. An absurd thought. The kind of thought that would only make sense in a horror movie. It had something to do with that doll. None of this happened till he saw that plushy Dom. Clueless as to why or how, that doll was the reason for all of this. A shiver snaked down his spine. What if it got worse, and the doll took away more than just his job? What the hell was that? Startled eyes flashed open and darted across the lawn to Greg. Hey, I wish I could tell you, I really do, Dom replied to his friends. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but he was ready to stab your scrawny ass, Greg said. Why? Why what? Why would he want to stab you? Why does he hate you aside from the fact that you were messing with his daughter in the goddamn break room? I don't know. What? Me and Shirl? That's why I was fired? No, they fired you because you were a hard worker and a loyal employee. Of course they fired you for that. Then added, what were you thinking anyway? I didn't think you were that stupid. Neither did I. I really don't even like Shirl. I mean, we're friends and all, but I would never. Greg cut him off. Well, you did, so don't even say it. Just get out of here before you know who sees you again. Dom's mind raced faster than his old beat-up Mitsubishi Galant. His thoughts bounced all over the place, trying to fit together the pieces of a puzzle that missed all of them. Did anything really happen between him and Shirl? And if nothing did, then what really did happen that got him fired? The more he ran through the scenarios, the more he lost himself in his own mental labyrinth. He liked to think that was the reason he had made so many wrong turns, but something in the back of his head told him that wasn't exactly the case. He'd driven this 10-minute route to and from Giant Eagle countless times. He could probably do it with his eyes closed. It wasn't just his jumbled thoughts, though. The roads were moving. They weren't where they should be. Some went the wrong way, some had different names, and some just disappeared altogether. 30 minutes longer than usual, Dom finally made it back home. Never was he so glad to be back in his own apartment, where everything was still the same. So far. Dom wanted to call Kristen. He didn't so much expect her to believe him about the doll or how everything was changing. He just wanted to hear her voice. Of all his friends, she was the best at keeping him together. No matter the situation, trouble with work or a bad breakup, she became this amazing glue that kept all the threads of his sanity stuck together. Domenic picked up his Samsung cell phone. Scratch that, his iPhone. He had to laugh a little at this. He hated Apple products with a passion unrivaled. This was proof positive that something was going on. His laugh held a strange blend of satisfaction and madness. The phone rang several times before Kristen's evil twin sister, who only knew how to say hello and leave your name and number at the beep, answered. He left a quick plea to return his call, and then sat down with a headache as his only companion. Little termites of doubt and confusion started to burrow their way deeper and deeper into his skull. They ate clean through the support structures that held up logic and reason. His eyes leapt from object to object, interrogating each one, trying to pry loose a difference. They never waited long enough for an answer, though. They kept moving in an endless cycle of accusations and wild questioning. Did you always sit on that shelf? Were you always that color? Did you always hold that pose? Everything was different. What was it? It was all becoming too much. The longer he sat there scrutinizing every detail of his home, the more certain he became that those details were changing. And the more things changed, the more uncertain he became of those things. His brain screamed for escape, his heart wailed against the walls of its bony prison. His lungs clutched each breath of air like it was his last. Just close your eyes, Domenic thought. Make everything go away. Not even a second had passed before he realized what a horrible mistake that was. Once he closed the shutters on the outside world, those termites went into a hellish overdrive. What was going to happen when he opened his eyes? Was anything still going to be the same? What if he wasn't even in the same room or the same building anymore? What if he just stopped existing altogether? He'd open his eyes on a black void darker than the one behind his lids. So there he sat, for what seemed like hours, terrified at the prospect of answering any of those questions. The fear was gnawing at him like a rat eating through drywall. He couldn't sit there forever with his eyes closed, though. He just couldn't. So building up every ounce of courage God willingly gave him, he lifted up one eyelid just a crack to see the room around him. The thin seam revealed a room identical to the one he left behind. Now, one eye was fully open, and he saw things exactly the same as they were before. Both eyes open, he began to breathe a little easier. Yes, everything was still the same. Dom started to think that maybe all of this was just in his head. It was very possible that he was just overreacting. Sure, some things seemed different, and God knows that the incident at work was weird. But was it really that weird? Cheryl, being the boss's daughter, always kept Dom at a distance, but that didn't mean he wasn't attracted to her. And he could tell by the way she looked at him sometimes that she mirrored that sentiment. Would it be such a stretch to think the two of them finally acted on some impulse? The more he thought about it, the more the blurry, pulsing outlines of that memory took shape. First the laughing and joking turning into lust and hunger, and then the embarrassment and fear of being caught. The images flickered out of focus like a reel of film on a projector. The memory still existed. Dom felt oddly more relaxed by the conclusion that his memory was just failing him. Doctors could help him with memory loss a lot better than a fluctuating existence. He sat up and made his way to the kitchen. A beer sounded really good right now. He didn't make it all the way to the fridge, though. He was stopped dead in his tracks by what he saw in the bathroom. He looked into the small room and stared into the mirror above the sink. Why was he wearing shorts? He had long black cargo pants on this morning. It was winter in Pittsburgh, for God's sake. It was freezing outside. His lips quivered under an intense pressure. Very slowly he turned around and looked out the window. The dam burst and his screams flooded out. The sun was out, birds chirped, and the trees were a bright green. It was summer in Pittsburgh. Dom's brain felt like a rubber band stretched beyond its limit. In fact, he was certain he actually heard a snapping sound. Shortly after witnessing the more than slight change in weather, Dom shot out of his apartment. His new plan was to go to the bar that he and Kristen often frequented, in hopes to drink himself into oblivion. Maybe Kristen would even be there. He was traveling there on foot. Driving a car through an ever-changing world would be about as easy as finishing a maze with no eyes. His city was livelier than it ever had been. The entirety of Pittsburgh looked like it had a shiny new coat of paint. Even the people looked pleasant. It was like every single one of them knew they were going to be getting their pictures taken and wanted to look their absolute best. Surprisingly enough, Dom was able to make it all the way to Market Square without a single problem. Market Square was a little area of the city that had some trees and greenery planted, along with a mini concert stage in the center. The entire area was surrounded by small restaurants and coffee shops and bars, chief amongst them his destination, the Ale House. It was situated between a seafood joint called the Oyster House and a bakery that made some damn good muffins. It was rather hidden, since the entrance was just a single door with a black awning, with the barely noticeable words, Ale House, written on them. Dom walked towards the entrance, salivating as his mind raced ahead to the beer already pouring down his throat. His hand reached out blindly to swing open the door. All he managed to grab, however, was air. The door was gone. There was just a brick wall between the bakery and the seafood place. There was no sign whatsoever that the ale house even existed. He stared at the wall, trying to recall all his fond memories of his favorite bar, all of the great people he met there. That's when he began to feel the tears welling up in his eyes, because no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. He couldn't remember a single damn thing about the bar that should have been there. Not even the name. Whatever it was called, it just vanished. The Fifth Avenue Plaza was lined with shops featuring designer clothing and jewelry, and walking through the plaza were those people that could afford to shop in such stores. Everything in the mini-mall had a shiny golden quality to it. Even the magazine stand looked like you needed a 100k salary to shop there. Dom went there, not because he needed to buy a new suit and tie, but because the place looked unchanged. Everyone still had that picture-perfect look to them, and the place itself looked magnificent in its own right. But these things were nothing new for a place like this. If things were different, like they were with the rest of the city, Dom didn't notice, and that was a blessing for his fragile wits. Dom had been in this plaza a few times before. One of the places he remembered interesting him was a toy store that sold antique and collectible toys, as well as the newer mainstream ones. It seemed like a good place to keep his mind occupied. The store was on the second floor near some Italian restaurant. Rounding the corner from the escalator, he saw that the toy store was just ahead. As he was getting close, though, a girl's excited shouts lassoed him to the spot. "Oh my God! Mom, look!" Dom turned around to see what all the fuss was about, only to find out that the fuss was about him. Dom stared at the young girl with one of the most confused looks ever smeared across his face. The girl continued to shout and point nonetheless. "It's Alex Ashton!" he squealed. All the words were caught in his throat. He just stood by helplessly while she continued her little scene. "Oh my God, I love you! Can I have your autograph, please?" "We're sorry to bother you, but Jessica loves your show. If it's not too much trouble, we would really appreciate it. Maybe even get a picture?" The screaming girl's mother said, already pulling out her camera phone. "Oh my God, can we really get a picture?" the girl said, practically levitating. Dom finally snapped out of his stupor just as she moved up next to him for the picture. He backed away, arms raised in surrender. "Please, I'm sorry for the confusion, but I'm not that guy. My name's Domenic. I'm sorry if I look like him and all, but..." "Who are you kidding? Of course you're Alex," Jessica replied. The mother added, "Well, if it's too much of an inconvenience, just say so. Don't stop making up stories and giving us fake names. Besides, you think you could be smarter than to give us your character's name? Now, all we're asking for is a minute of your time. You owe her for all the hours she spends in front of that TV watching your show." Dom wanted to ask, "What show?" But once again the words were trapped in his throat. All he could hear was your character's name repeated over and over again in his head. While his brain skipped like a broken record, the young girl had already wrapped her arms around him and stared contentedly at the camera. "Smile," the mother said. This was obviously directed at Dom, seeing as how if her daughter smiled any more, it would probably tear the skin on her face. More of a reflex than a conscious effort, Dom's lips moved upward into what would have been a smile, if not for the rest of his face contradicting it with a look of total bafflement. Picture taken, Dom's face returned to its normal position as he stared off into space. Picture taken, Dom's face returned to its normal position as he stared off into space. A couple minutes passed before he finally made it back down to Earth and realized where he was. By this time, a lot of people were looking at him. Whether it was because he looked like some famous actor, or because he looked like a brain-dead zombie, he had no clue. Feeling sicker than embarrassed, Dom started for the toy store where there wouldn't be so many eyes on him. He didn't make it very far though, when something else stopped him dead in his tracks. And damned if he didn't reclaim his new trademark brain-dead zombie look. There, in the window to the toy store, amongst all the other dolls, action figures, games and novelty trinkets, sat a little plushy doll with messed up hair, a goatee and a black skull t-shirt. It just sat there and returned the stare that Dom gave it. And this time, he could have sworn that the doll had the slightest smirk on his face. An exhausted, mentally drained, pretty much insane man fell into Dom's computer chair. He ran almost the entire way back to his apartment from the shopping center, though he wasn't even sure how he got there. Nonetheless, he had one thing on his mind: that demon doll. He saw it in the store, which means there were more than one of them after all. The first thing he thought to do was check eBay again. Sure, there wasn't any on there last time, but last time he had a job and his name wasn't Alex Ashton. He started just like he did last time, by typing Dreamweaver Plushy. This time, however, he got plenty of hits. There were several dolls on the page, male and female. One little man doll was wearing a polo shirt with thick-rimmed glasses. There was a female doll wearing a little miniskirt and blue streaks across her eyes that resembled eyeshadow. There were other dolls too, but none of them really held his attention. He needed to narrow his search. His fingers hesitated to type the words, but curiosity beat out fear. Dom Plushy. 78 matches. All of them that cursed doll. The description included little snippets like, "From the hit show, now you can have Dom with you all the time," and "Great collector's item." This couldn't be right. It couldn't. How could the damn thing not only look like him, but have the same name too? Despite knowing it would only make things worse, Dom went to IMDb.com to check out the cast info for Dreamweaver. Scrolling down the list of names of teen stars he never heard of, he spotted the one name that did sound familiar: Alex Ashton. And on the show Dreamweaver, he played the character of Domenic Betters. No, this was wrong, all wrong, or it was a coincidence, an amazingly insane coincidence. He would have continued thinking that, if not for the picture you saw further down the page. There, amongst the ragtag group of teens, stood a guy who could have been his twin. Hair, goatee, clothing, eye collar, scar on his right hand, stand, smile. He was all the same, exactly the same. A tidal wave of maddening terror flooded his veins and his head. He wanted to keep lying to himself. He wanted to believe it was all a cruel joke, that the photo was done in Photoshop, and that all this would end with his friends popping out from their hiding spots and yelling surprise. But despite how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. The truth had been punching him in the face all day. What that truth was, he still didn't really know. What he did know was, if he took much more of this, he would be on the ground in the fetal position, crying. Someone else had to know what's going on. Someone had to. He couldn't be the only one who witnessed these changes. He grabbed his phone and went to the address book. He went down the list of names looking for Shirl. She was the first person he thought to call because of her involvement in one of the more outlandish occurrences. He found the name and hit the call button, or rather, he tried to. Just as he was about to make the call, the name itself disappeared. Dom thought his eyes were just playing tricks on him, but that wasn't the case. He scrolled up and down through the S's on his phone several times. There was no sign of her. And shortly after, other names started to disappear as well. His entire list of contacts was vanishing. No, stop! More names disappeared. Please, stop! Still more vanished. No, no, no! It wasn't just that their names and phone numbers were vanishing. They were vanishing. Why? Why are you doing this? He asked the phone. His only reply was a completely blank screen. Not a single name or number remained. They were all gone now. Everyone he knew. Everyone he cared about, taken away. There were so many people in his life that he cared about, and that cared about him. It was such a wonderful feeling to know that others wanted him to be a part of their lives. Now, what did he have? The leading part in a goddamn sitcom, not even that. He was the part. He was nothing but some bastard's idea. He no longer belonged with his family and friends. He belonged on the wall of some bratty girl's room, torn from her stupid magazine. Out of desperation, he dialed the one number that he still knew off by heart, his mother's. Each ring of the phone sunk him lower and lower into a miserable grave. That's when he heard one of the most wonderful things in the world. Her voice. It was her answering machine, but it was still his mother's voice. Not all was lost. He hung up and tried again. He wanted to speak to her. He wanted to hear her voice. He wanted her to tell him everything was okay, that he was still him, that everything was just fine. Hello? It was her! It was her! It was Mum! Mum, hey Mum, how are you? Oh my God, I'm so happy. Hello? Hey Mom, it's me! I'm sorry, who is this? It's me, your son! Oh, you must have the wrong number, I'm sorry. No, I don't. Is the connection bad? Can't you hear me? It's Domenic. Domenic? I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number. Don't you recognize me, damn it? It's your son! Dom pleaded, the words struggling to escape his throat. I'm sorry, but I don't have a son by that name. He may have said more, but it didn't matter anymore. The hammer made out of the words, I don't have a son, destroyed Dom's skull and ruined what was left of his sanity. All he saw now was that bastard doll smiling at him from his computer screen. Smiling because it had taken everything. Smiling because it had won. God damn it! Dom hurled the phone at the door with all his might. The phone exploded into confetti of electronic bits. The screen, however, was unfazed. The doll kept smiling. Dom shot across the room, grabbed the monitor by the sides and began to shake it violently. Stop! Just leave me alone! Just stop, damn it! Jesus Christ, just stop! The longer the doll continued to stare and smile, the harder he shook. He shook the monitor till the plastic stand it rested on snapped off. He shook the monitor like the doll inside was alive. He shook till tears filled his eyes and his shouts became gut-wrenching sobs. He shook till the world around him began to fade. He shook till the lights went out. Dom woke up lying beneath his computer desk. It felt like little men were inside his skull, hammering away with mallets. Slowly, he pulled himself out from under the desk and looked up. The computer monitor was still in place, with the IMDb website still on the screen. Dom sat up and wondered if he just dreamt what had happened. Then he saw the broken cell phone. He pulled himself up into his chair and looked at the page featuring all the info about the show Dreamweaver. The curiosity of a man who knew he was already dead took hold of him. He wanted to peer into the belly of the beast before it swallowed him. Dom scrolled down past the cast info, where still more categories such as quotes, trivia and rumors remained. He clicked on the link for rumors. Before him now was a list of different speculations and such about the show. Most of it was just banter about who would be dating who, or who would be stabbing who in the back next season. Dom was ready to dismiss it all and check another part of the site when something caught his eye. At the bottom of the page, the name Alex Ashton was mentioned. He scrolled down to see what it had to say about the actor he'd been mistaken for. Alex Ashton may be on his way out. Sources close to the show have been saying that Alex is done with the show and ready to move on up to major motion pictures. The decision to do so came with very little warning and left the creative crew behind the show in a jam. One source indicates that his character, Domenic Batters, may be killed off in the season finale. No. His eyes darted around. The room was different, totally different. No, no, no! Different furniture, different colors, different layout, everything was different. No! He could finally see it now. Everything was melting and reshaping, becoming new and blooming into something else. Everything pulsed and vibrated and flowed like an amorphous sea. His world changed right before his very eyes. Eyes that now held the flicker of a projector reel. What's happening to me? Tom didn't wait any longer. He ran out of the building at breakneck speed, screaming as no vocal cords have ever been forced to scream. The moon glowed picture-perfect in the picture-perfect autumn night sky. A wind carried with it the dying leaves of the season, throwing them around with reckless abandon. Dom leapt into his shiny new Volkswagen and took a long drag from the bottle of rum he had been working on for the past hour. He didn't know where he was going, and he didn't care. What did it matter anyway? He already knew the ending. Kristen lay in her bed that night, wide awake. He had just watched the season finale of Dreamweaver. Now all she could do was toss and turn. The commercials weren't kidding when they said it would leave you in shock. She was so shocked she couldn't even sleep. He was her favorite character. How could they just kill him off in a car accident? Sure, she liked other characters in other movies and shows that had died, but it was different. To Kristen, it felt like she had just lost a friend. A really good friend she had known for years. Someone who had always been there for her. Why she felt this way was a mystery. He was, after all, nothing more than a piece of fiction on a show. But still, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was different somehow. That she lost someone important and that there would never be anyone like him again. With a sigh, she resolved that these feelings would go away after time. That thought in her head, she rolled over, closed her eyes, and snuggled up with a little smiling Dom Plushy doll.
Now that was a good one. Next, we return to the land of Michael Whitehouse for his story, The Melancholy of Herbert Soloman.
On several occasions, my interest in the supernatural has taken me to some of the most prestigious seats of learning in the entire United Kingdom, from the venerable halls of Oxford and Cambridge to the more humble surroundings of inner-city colleges and schools. My pursuit of evidence to substantiate such claims has rarely been fruitful. However, while exploring the University of St Andrews in Scotland, I found a rather interesting tomb hidden away in a dark and musty corner of the campus library. The book itself was unusual, its cover bound in a weathered and blackened leather, which unashamedly wore the wrinkles and cracks of time. It dated back to the 16th century, and seemed to contain various descriptions and accounts of the daily lives of the people of Ettrick, a small, isolated town built in the South Moorlands of the country. Perusing the volume, there were a variety of entries from a number of authors spanning a 60-year period. It seemed to have been handed down from town elder to town elder over that time, and, to be quite frank, most of it contained idle musings on the townsfolk and plans for a number of humble building projects and improvements. Just as I was about to conclude that the book was of little interest to me, I noticed on the inside of the back cover that someone had drawn a picture. It was elegantly depicted, but I would never have described it as a pleasing sight. In fact, my immediate reaction was one of disgust upon first viewing it. The combination of the harsh, almost angry black lines used, and the stark imagery of the scene as relayed by the artist, left me with a thoroughly unpleasant impression of its subject. I shuddered as I cast my eye over it, in an attempt to take in the picture of what seemed to be of a man. Tall, with long thin arms and legs. His face was partially obscured by one of his gaunt white hands, but what could be seen was monstrous. Prominent veins protruded from his forehead, leading up to a pallid bald head. His eyes were deep set into his skull, and the surrounding wood seemed to twist and lean away from him fearfully. At first, I assumed that the picture was some form of hideous graffiti, but at the bottom of the page was inscribed the date of 1578, and a rather unusual name, Herbert Soloman. Whether this was the name of the menacing figure in the drawing, or of the artist, I did not know. Disturbed, yet compelled by that dark woodland setting, I decided that the book required further study. I desired greatly to know who this creature was, and why someone had felt the need to capture his strange form in a drawing at the back of a book, otherwise used to record the lives of the townsfolk. On closer inspection, what surprised me further was that the image seemed to recur elsewhere in the book, but drawn by apparently different individuals. Within the book, I found numerous mentions of Herbert Soloman, and it became clear quickly that he was indeed the emaciated man in the picture. He had lived in the 16th century, on the outskirts of Ettrick town. It was a small and underdeveloped place, surrounded on all sides by the thick cover of Ettrick Forest, which itself sat in the midst of a vast region of southern moorland. The town had a small parish church with one humble steeple, an inn normally used by those travelling through the unforgiving countryside, and quaint cobbled streets which wound their way around the stone cottages and town hall. According to the descriptions in the book, during the December of 1577, children began to disappear from the town. The first was a young girl by the name of Alana Sutherland. She had been playing with some friends by an old well on the outskirts of the town, but had dropped a small toy doll down it accidentally, which had caused her much distress. Unable to retrieve it, she returned home to borrow some string and an old hook, in the hopes of being able to fish the doll out of the water below. She was last seen walking towards the well just as the sun set. In a panic, the townsfolk searched. They dredged the well, they combed the wheat fields, and even sent several groups of those willing into the surrounding woods. Alas, the girl was not found. A few days later, a young boy by the name of Eric Kennedy was running an errand for his grandmother. It was dark, but he had only to take some wool over to the Munro place as a way of thanks for the grain they had provided, and they lived but only a few streets away. It was assumed that at least the centre of the town would be safe, but the boy never completed his errand. He vanished, as if he were torn from existence. By the end of January, an unusually bitter winter had caused significant damage to the town and its people. Large, Thick sheets of ice and snow covered each house and building. Several people died from the cold alone, and the general mood of Ettrick Town was a somber one. Despite these trying times, the townspeople were more concerned with the safety of their offspring. In total, 7 children had now disappeared without rhyme or reason. Whole families wept in despair, and the people of Ettrick began to view one another suspiciously. They knew the truth. Someone was taking their children from them. By mid-February, 2 more had went missing, and accusatory glances were now being shared between every family and every member of the community. The town elder decided to act, and took upon himself the arduous task of identifying and catching the fiend. Bureaucratic discussions were had, church groups convened, and in every house, in every street, in every corner of Ettrick, one name crossed the lips of its inhabitants: Herbert Soloman. The more the name was mentioned, the more certain his guilt became. Herbert Soloman was an outsider. He lived in a small wooden cabin amongst the woods which surrounded the town, and due to his unfortunate appearance, tended to avoid human contact. What his malady was, no one was sure, and in the unenlightened times of 16th century Scotland, many believed that he was cursed. Modern eyes would have guessed him to be the victim of a wasting disease. He rarely ventured into town, except on a few occasions to trade for supplies, and even in those instances he covered his face with a brown, tarnished hat and a grey piece of cloth which obscured his features below 2 deep-set and darkened eyes. Several of the townsfolk told stories of Herbert Soloman. According to these accounts, he would stand on the edge of the forest, watching the farmers till their land and their children play in the fields. It was his fascination with children which left many feeling uneasy. Some of the town's children returned home from playing near the woods on a number of occasions with beautifully crafted dolls and toys. They were a present from Herbert Soloman, and being innocent children, they could not know of the dangers therein. When the children began to disappear, eyes immediately turned to the strange man living in the woods. Accusations were carried by the whispers of fearful parents, and as the whispers increased in number, so did their volume, until it was decided that Herbert Soloman must be stopped. On a cold February night, the elders of the town decreed that Soloman should be arrested immediately. Grief, anger, resentment and fear grew to a fever pitch with this news, and every man, woman and child set out across the fields, entering into the surrounding forest in search of the child killer, Herbert Soloman. Details of exactly what occurred that night are limited, but it seems as though the people of Ettrick Town attempted to remove Herbert from his small cabin by setting it on fire. The crowds cheered as the heat grew and the fire rose. His screams echoed throughout the woods, finally to be silenced by the flames. The townsfolk believed that justice had been done, and while the grief of the parents whom had lost their children could never be quenched, there was at least the satisfaction of knowing that the man responsible was now dead. However, over the following few days, an unease descended upon the entire town. Stories began to spread of strange encounters in the streets at night. A gaunt, shadowy figure prowling the cobbled stones, hiding in the darkness. Within a week, numerous residents claim to have woken up during the night to the petrifying sight of an unwelcome visitor. One account was of an elderly lady who woke to the sound of something rustling under her bed, only to nearly die of shock as a tall, thin man pulled himself out from underneath. She fainted, but not before she saw his face, a withered complexion as if ravaged by disease, his eyes blacker than night, and his hands comprised of tightly pulled skin over a bony interior. Another story consisted of a local tradesman who, while investigating a noise from his cellar, was confronted by a hideous figure, so tall and gaunt that it had to hunch over to avoid the low ceiling entirely, its sheet-white face flickering in the candlelight. The man managed to escape, but he refused to re-enter his premises. It became clear to the townspeople that the vengeful ghost of Herbert Soloman was still searching for other victims from beyond the grave, his hate and hideous form haunting the town which murdered him. With each passing day, the sightings grew in intensity and number. A fog descended on the town, and the people wept and grieved as the sound of Herbert Soloman terrorized each person, night by night. He was seen wandering amongst the wheat fields, in the cellars and lofts of cottage houses, his long gaping footsteps ringing out each night through the streets of Ettrick town. They had been cursed. In life, Herbert Soloman had taken and murdered their children, and now in death, he seemed to possess the twisted means to terrorize the entire town. Then, the unthinkable happened. Another child went missing. A young orphan girl, who often wandered the streets when she could not find a place to call home for the night, was heard screaming for her life. The townsfolk rushed to their windows, looking out, but not daring to leave the imaginary safety of their houses, paralyzed by fear. The screaming ceased quickly, and moments later, wandering aimlessly out of the fog, came the menacing figure of Herbert Soloman. He rushed down the street, his lifeless arms bashing against the houses which he passed, scraping the doors and windows with his rigid fingers, emitting an unnatural yell of anger and hatred on his way. The girl was gone, and the town grieved once more. In the preceding days the fog grew denser, and with it came the unwelcome news of 2 more children taken. One, a girl whom, after having a raging argument with her family, left the house, never to be seen again. The other, a boy named Matthew, the son of a notable drunk, who was taken from his own bed by the hands of Soloman, while the father lay unconscious from drink. During a church service, the unthinkable happened. Soloman appeared briefly in the aisles of the church, seemingly unaffected by consecrated ground. The congregation whimpered in horror and disdain as his warped, spindly form walked slowly behind a pillar and then vanished. It was indeed a show of influence. Hope was almost lost. Not even a place of worship could deny him, and he was now capable of entering any home at night and then taking whatever or whoever he wished. The town had to act or abandon the place altogether, but there was no guarantee that the curse of Soloman would not follow. The local vicar, a man by the name of Mackenzie, was asked by the people of Ettrick to use any sacred power which was ordained to him in an attempt to destroy or banish the spirit of Soloman. a plan was provided. The vicar and a few chosen individuals, armed with torches, swords which had been blessed, and vials of holy water, would take guard over the town, waiting for the cursed figure of that child killer to show his face once more. Then they would confront him. Observing as much of the town as possible from several house windows, roofs, and strategic street corners, Mackenzie's chosen waited. They did not, however, need to wait long. That night, the lonely figure of Herbert Soloman appeared through the mist, walking the streets of Ettrick with purpose. Yells and screams rang out as people alerted one another that Soloman had returned. Families held their children close as dark thoughts consumed the town. "Please spare my child. Take another's." Mackenzie was the first to confront him. His will was shaken by the sight of Solomon's hideous, pallid face, rotten and ravaged. The gangly, spindling figure stood staring intently at the vicar through black, clouded eyes. Another man now joined, then another. Before long, Herbert Soloman was surrounded. Mackenzie instructed the men to slowly close the circle, drawing their swords with one hand while brandishing flaming torches with the other. Fear gripped them, but they knew that this could be their only chance. Mackenzie threw a vial at Solomon's lumbering feet, and as he uttered a Christian psalm, another man struck out with his torch. The blow crackled as the cloth-covered arm of Soloman caught fire. Cheers rang out from the townsfolk, watching from their homes above, but the man had strayed too close, providing a gap in the circle which Soloman claimed with purpose. He fled. His spindling legs and flailing arms cast spider-like shadows on the walls and cobbled streets as he passed. The townsfolk gave chase, following the pathetic figure as it negotiated each street corner, lane, and courtyard in an attempt to escape their rage. The noise alerted the town. Herbert Soloman is trying to flee. From every home across the town, people poured out of their houses, carrying whatever they could as a way of a makeshift weapon. They flooded the streets and ran towards the protestations, shouts and screams of Soloman's pursuers. With every turn of a cobbled street corner, Soloman was running out of places to hide. Finally, as he stumbled down the town's main street, he stopped. The townsfolk had blocked all escape routes. He was trapped. Mackenzie pushed his way to the front of the crowd, asking for quiet and calm as he approached the hunched, defeated figure of Herbert Soloman. He and his chosen few were going to rid the town of Ettrick of this abomination once and for all. Vial in hand, accompanied by several large bullish men brandishing swords, Mackenzie approached slowly, reciting verses from the Bible. Through dark eyes, Herbert Soloman observed the townsfolk, their faces etched with hate and thoughts of revenge, moving towards him, and then he simply turned and entered an open doorway next to him. The people gasped, and Mackenzie and his followers rushed inside after him. The house they had entered was still, and lying on the hard wooden floor of the main hallway was the pale body of a young girl. The creaking of floorboards underweight sounded above as numerous pursuers searched the house, disappointed to find nothing. Then something miraculous occurred. The little girl gasped for air. She was alive. She had little or no strength. All she could do was utter one word: below. In the cellar of the house, Mackenzie found a grim and horrific scene. The floor was covered in blood, and the quiet dead body of a man lay face down upon it. Chained to the walls of that dim place were the children who had been taken. They were partially drugged, malnourished, and traumatized, but they were alive. The town rejoiced with the news. Families were reunited. Lives were mended. The mist of a bleak and horrible winter slowly lifted, and all seemed well. On regaining their strength, the children recounted what had befallen them. Each of them had been taken by a man called Tom Sutherland. He was the father of the first girl who had went missing, and it appeared that it was he whom had killed her. No one knew for sure, but many were aware of his bad temper, and on more than one occasion he had beaten poor Alana. Consumed by guilt and loss, Sutherland began taking children at knife point and locking them in his cellar, often drugging them with a local herb, and occasionally beating them while pathetically weeping in self-pity. On the day that the children were found, Sutherland entered the cellar drunk, carrying a knife and a rope. He began striking the children once more, and told them that one would die that day. He untied one of the children and pinned her to the ground with his knees. The knife hovered over her neck, but just as he was about to plunge the blade into her, someone entered the house. Sutherland grew ferocious with anger, but whoever was standing at the top of the staircase struck such fear into him that he quickly backpedaled into the cellar. Ducking under the doorway was the tall, scarred figure of Herbert Soloman. At the sight of him, and now being free, the little girl crawled quickly between Herbert's long legs. She was free, but too weak to run. She fainted before she could escape the house. Details of what happened to Tom Sutherland were muddied by the unstable, semi-conscious condition of the witnesses, but it was clear that his neck was broken, his head twisted with such force that it faced an unnatural, opposite direction. There were various accounts of subsequent glimpses of Herbert Soloman, and some of the children claimed to find beautifully crafted dolls and toys on occasion, sitting at the edge of the woods. But of course, this cannot be substantiated. Indeed, I would have said that the entire story could not be substantiated if it were not for the events which I experienced several months after reading that old book in the depths of St. Andrew's University. A colleague and dear friend of mine invited me to stay at his family home for a few days in the countryside. I knew that the house was in the borders, not half an hour's drive from Ettrick, and could not miss the chance to have a closer look at the area. I had managed to persuade the powers that be to allow me to take the book from St. Andrew's and show it to my friend. He had a particular interest, and not insignificant knowledge of the history of the area. I thought perhaps he could shine a light on this curious tale. His family were very kind to me, and the house and its grounds were serene in the summer sun, with his children playing in the fields, having a carefree and happy time. After reading the book, he told me that it was fascinating, and that he knew of a local poem which had been written in the 17th century about a man named Soloman who killed children, but he could not tell me any more. The next day, we heard screams coming from nearby the house. It was my friend's little girl. We raced outside, following the cries for help over an old fence and down a steep, grassy hill. We reached a winding and furious river. The girl had fallen in and was clinging to a large tree root, which thrust out from the opposite embankment into the water. The root was wet, and my friend let out a scream of anguish as his daughter lost her grip. Being swept downstream towards a large formation of huge, sharp rocks which jutted out from beneath the surface. The river would not let go, and was throwing her around with such force that it was difficult to see how she could survive. Filled with the abject terror that she could drown, we finally made it to the water's edge. As we rushed into the murky torrent, we watched helplessly as the poor little girl was about to crash into the rocks. We were too far away. Suddenly, our attention was grabbed by the cracks and creaks of a tall, gaunt figure on the other side of the river. Rushing out of the woods at tremendous speed on the opposite bank, with one swift motion, a thin, bony hand plunged into the violent water, prevailing against the immense currents, finally pulling the young girl to safety. She was alive, frightened, crying, but alive and unhurt. The pale-faced, emaciated figure placed the girl gently on the ground, stared at us from across the water through darkened eyes as we ourselves clambered to safety. Then he turned and disappeared into the woods, fading away to nothing but a memory. Even in death, Herbert Soloman was the kindest and gentlest of souls.
Next on our list, we've got an excellent tale by author Vincent VenaCava, narrated by the EvilBlackBunny. It's called Wendell Lane Diaries. You shouldn't.
Okay, disclaimer. I am not a paranormal investigator. I'm an author. While looking for inspiration for a book, I came across a series of stories surrounding a home in the American Pacific Northwest. It was an extremely unextraordinary-looking house in an extremely unextraordinary-looking residential neighborhood. But the stories that have emanated from its former residents and the people who lived in the town that it's located in are quite extraordinary. Through my research of the house on Wendell Lane, I have come across accounts that range from the supernatural to just plain bizarre. In order to protect the privacy of the people in the town and the current inhabitants of the house on Wendell Lane, I have not only changed the name of everyone in these stories, but the name of the street as well. Wendell Lane is just an alias for the true location of these accounts. Alan Palmer lived in the house on Wendell Lane from September 2002 to July 2003. After months of trying to contact him about his time there, I finally received an email agreeing to set up a meeting. Quite a few of the house's prior residents had turned down my requests for face-to-face interviews, so I jumped at the chance to talk to him in person once the opportunity presented itself. Palmer, who worked as a socioeconomics professor at the University of Washington, arranged to meet me and talk over drinks at a place of his choosing in downtown Seattle. The bar was called Oliver's Lounge and was located in the historic Mayflower Park Hotel. Upon arriving, I was surprised to see just how crowded it was for 3 p.m. on a Tuesday. There were people seated at nearly every table, while food runners and waiters dressed in white surfer's jackets and black bow ties hustled and bustled about the room, bringing people their orders. Windows stretching from floor to ceiling allowed for an ample amount of sunlight to illuminate the space, giving it a genuinely open and inviting ambience. I spotted Palmer in the corner, sitting at a small high table and sipping on a glass of scotch. He greeted me with a hearty handshake and a bright smile after I introduced myself to him. The man was graying a little around the ears, and I could tell shortly after meeting him that he was incredibly intelligent. But aside from that, he seemed to have the demeanor of a fellow 15 years his junior. Palmer was a light-hearted gentleman who loved a good joke, and he insisted on telling me a few of his favorites before I turned my tape recorder on. Once he had his fun, we started the interview. Believe it or not, you're not the first person who's tried to contact me about the time I spent living on Wendell Lane. Apparently there are all kinds of ghost enthusiasts out there who have heard about the house through the various online forums these types of people tend to frequent. Nerds and losers, you know the type. They spend their time sifting through thread after thread on the internet pretending that they're doing something productive with their lives. Hell, most of them are probably overweight man-children sitting in their parents' basement and conducting their research in between anime cartoons. Palmer let out a laugh, seemingly pleased with his depiction of the paranormal research community. I decided to omit the fact that I first heard about him through one of these online forums he was talking about. He took a sip of scotch and continued. So naturally, I ignored your emails, thinking you were another one of those ghost geeks. It's strange. I probably wouldn't have agreed to meet, but I came across one of your books by complete accident. My nephew mentioned your work in passing when I was over at my brother's house for dinner a few weeks ago. I put two and two together and realized you were the same author who had been emailing me, so I figured, why the hell not? I'm game to talk about it if you are. Although I must admit my story probably isn't as interesting as demons or monsters or whatever the hell it is you write about. Not a whole lot happened while I was living there. In fact, the only reason I lived in the house for such a short period of time was because an old colleague of mine offered me a full professorship here at the University of Washington, not long after I purchased it, and the commute was just too far. My workplace at the time had no job security. I was on the chopping block every year, so there was no way I could turn down the offer. This was before the housing bust in '07. It was a seller's market. Banks were giving away loans like there was no tomorrow, so it wasn't difficult to turn right back around and flip the place. Hell, I even made 30 grand. Plus, I love Seattle. The weather sucks, but this city has culture. We made small talk for a bit. He told me some stories about work, his travels to Europe, and even asked me about some of the upcoming books that I've been working on. I was beginning to wonder if flying all the way to Seattle to speak with him had been a big waste of time. After all, Palmer appeared almost completely uninterested in discussing any and all aspects of the house. I directed his attention back towards the reason why we had met when I asked him to describe the most bizarre encounter he could remember. The most bizarre encounter he could remember having in the short time he lived on Wendell Lane. Now you're starting to sound like the internet ghost geeks. Fine, let me think. Like I said, nothing really strange ever happened. That's why He paused for a moment and looked out the window towards the street. There was one thing. I'd almost forgotten about it. The TV incident. It was a Friday night in June, about a month before the house sold. There was nothing on. You know how crappy television programming can be on the weekends, especially in the summertime. I was scrolling through the channels on my TV's menu for something to turn my brain off, when the title of a show caught my eye. It was called You Shouldn't Watch. I figured with a name like that, how could I not give it a go? Also, the show was on a channel I had never seen before. Channel 732. To be honest, I don't watch much TV, and when I do, I don't usually venture out of the HD channels. So I wasn't even sure if it was covered under my cable package. Now, I don't know what yours looks like, but the way my cable provider's menu was set up, different colors are used to distinguish between different types of shows. You get green for sports, purple for movies, and blue for everything else. However, the menu color for this particular show was black. The text was yellow, which was also unusual since the show's title is always written in white. Even the font was different. Don't ask me to describe what it looked like because I really can't recall. All I know was I had never seen letters written in that way before. I know it sounds odd, but the best description I could give you is that even though the lettering looked completely alien in appearance, my mind could somehow interpret what it said. And what it said was, "You shouldn't watch." Now I'm starting to sound like those internet weirdos. Palmer polished off his glass and called the waitress over to order another drink. Anyways, from the very second I turned on the program, I knew I was watching something very strange. Very strange indeed. The black and white picture on my television was of a mostly empty room. There were no visible windows or doors. The place seemed cold and uninviting. Like how I'd imagine a jail cell in Bangladesh would look. Not dead center, but slightly to the left of the frame, was a man sitting at an old, rusty table. He was shirtless and looked to be very malnourished. It reminded me of those old photos you see of the Jews who suffered through German concentration camps during World War II. I remember wondering if he was a prisoner there. The frail man wore a pair of tattered slacks, but no belt or shoes. His mouth hung agape, as if his jaw was too heavy to close. There was no music or dialogue. The noises radiating from my speakers were the sounds of his wheezy, raspy breaths. Oh, God, it sounds like he was suffering from emphysema or something. I followed his gaze down to an old rotary phone on the tabletop. He just gawked at the thing like a buffoon, while I stared at the screen, just memorized by the odd scene taking place on my television. I hit the info button, hoping to read a synopsis of what the show was supposed to be about, but of course there was nothing, so I just kept watching. For minutes, he didn't move. I giggled to myself for a bit, you know, the way you do when something makes you uncomfortable and your brain thinks laughing will ease the tension. The whole time I was waiting, hoping for something that resembled dialogue. Just anything to prove that I was just watching some weird movie and had simply turned it on at the wrong time. But nothing ever happened. Perplexed and a little bored, I stood up from my couch and headed over to the kitchen to rummage through the fridge for a little late-night snack. I was about halfway done making myself a sandwich when I heard the most terrible noise. Palmer paused briefly. At first, I thought he had stopped his story because of the waitress returning from the bar with his drink, but he barely acknowledged her presence. The man was caught up in deep thought, as though he had just remembered something important. When he finally began speaking again, the tone of his voice had completely changed. Gone was the chipper, upbeat persona I had come to know him by. Palmer was clearly distraught. It sounded horrible, like a dying animal. I remember an awful sensation of nausea washing over me. It was the strangest thing. There was an ominous feeling in the air, too. Death, ruin, calamity, all hanging over my head. Once I realized that the noise was coming from the television, I put down my sandwich and hurried back towards the living room. The scene on the TV was essentially the same, except now the sickly-looking man had turned his head upwards toward the ceiling and was howling and growling in the most unpleasant of ways. The longer I watched, the more it made me feel like I was going to retch. The whole thing was utterly abhorrent. The man would moan for 30, maybe 40 seconds at the time and stop suddenly. Then he would take another deep, wheezy breath, and the terrible sounds would begin anew. I cringed as I took it all in. My visual and auditory senses were being assaulted by the most disagreeable of stimuli, and I was fighting off the urge to vomit all over my living room carpet. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, the man still groaning, mind you, he turned his head in the direction of the screen and stared straight into the camera. The thing is, I was certain he was looking directly at me. Minutes of nothing, that's what it felt like. It was almost as if we were in the same room. I probably should have turned off the show, but after minutes of nothing, something was finally going on, and I felt compelled to keep watching even though I was suffering immensely. I stared into the glazed-over eyes of the sickly-looking man until he turned his attention down towards the phone sitting at the table. Palmer hunched over in his seat and removed his glasses. He seemed visibly shaken. The 42-year-old economics professor clasped the bridge of his nose between his thumb and index finger and let out a deep sigh. Beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. I'm sorry, forgive me. I haven't thought about this night in a long time. I suppose it's possible that my mind pushed this episode to the back of my consciousness and I forgot all about it. Kind of a defense mechanism thing. I've read about case studies where Army veterans who witnessed horrific events develop amnesia about their time in the military. It seems as though I may be going through something similar. Except as I sit here and talk to you, everything begins to come back to me. I asked him if he wanted to continue. He agreed, and then resumed his story. His hand quaked violently as he lifted the phone to his ear. His arms were rail thin, and it looked as though he was struggling mightily to hold it in place. With his other hand, he clumsily started spinning the rotary dial. That's when my cell phone started ringing. A chill ran down my spine. My nausea got even worse. That ominous feeling in the air had transformed into full-on horror. I prayed with every fiber of my being that it was a coincidence as I looked at my phone's caller ID. You have no idea how bad I wanted the number to be one that I recognized. I didn't recognize it, of course. Hell, it wasn't even a number. It was something else entirely. In the same strange alien text from the TV's menu were the words, "You shouldn't listen," written where the caller's number should have been. That was enough for me. I hung up the phone and reached for the remote on the coffee table. I must have pressed the channel button a dozen times, but the picture never changed. I tried the power button, and still nothing. The man began to dial the phone again. And once more, my cell phone started to ring. Palmer had gone pale. He looked completely different from when I first met him. The polar opposite of the smiling man who shook my hand earlier. I tried to turn off the TV manually. I even unplugged it from the wall, but by this time I knew it would do nothing. The sickly, pale man continued to stare at me. His horrible, empty gaze felt as though it was tearing me to pieces. Stomach bile started to slowly crawl its way up my esophagus. I don't know why I answered the phone. I couldn't help myself. Maybe. I thought if I did, then it would all just end. My finger trembled as I pushed the answer button. I slowly lifted the phone to my face. I didn't even need to say hello. He just began speaking as if he was watching me answer the phone through the television. And perhaps he was. Tears began to well up in Palmer's eyes. I tried to tell him that he didn't need to go into further detail if he was uncomfortable. But he kept talking as though he never even heard me. By that point, he would have finished his story even if there was no one sitting across the table from him. He spoke to me in a terrible voice. It sounded as though he was gargling shards of glass. His lips moved on the screen, but I could hear him clearly over the phone. He said, "You shouldn't tell." Then in one horrible, inhumanly quick motion, he leapt out of the frame as the screen went to black. Jesus Christ, he said you shouldn't tell. Did I just tell? Please, does that mean I just told? Palmer fell silent and stared awkwardly into his glass for a moment. Then he apologized and excused himself from the table. It was the last I saw of him that night. He sent me a text message 15 minutes later explaining that he had to go home and instructed me to charge the bill to his tab. I tried to contact him once I got to California, but he never answered my calls or emails. A few weeks later, I found out what happened to him after performing a simple Google search of his name. 12 days after Alan Palmer and I met to talk about the house on Wendell Lane, he was found dead in his Seattle home. There was no sign of a struggle or forced entry, however, due to the horrific nature of his death. Seattle PD does believe that he was murdered. Palmer's body was discovered in front of the television on his living room couch, missing his ears, eyes, and tongue.
Last, but certainly not least, we have Milk and Cookies, narrated by the excellent Atticus Jackson, and written by Stray Dog 1980.
This isn't actually my story. It was related to me, a while ago, by an elderly gentleman that frequented a convenience store I worked at. I think back to the night where I followed him to the junkyard, and my hair still stands, along with that quiver of goose flesh that has nothing to do with the temperature. I worked in a relatively quiet part of the city, out on the edge, and we had little to fear from crime. The job didn't pay well, but what little I got helped pay some of the bills for college, and the nightly customers were few and far between, giving me more than enough time to do some reading or languish on the internet. Now, you'd think that we don't notice people when we're behind the till. We do. We just don't give a shit, mostly. We can tell when we should card someone, or that desperate, almost slimy look of lust on the face of a young man buying condoms at 11 in the evening. Then, there was the old man. He showed up every Friday, like clockwork. He wore a flannel shirt with the rolled-up sleeves that had seen one wash too many, and he counted out his change with the reluctance of one used to thrift. He was polite, that man. Always a warm hello and thank you after he left with his purchase. He was stooped with age, but there was steel in that spine, I could tell. And he always bought the same thing, a small packet of milk and a little paper bag of cookies. A strange thing for an old man to buy. A doting grandparent, perhaps, but I never saw him enter the shop with another soul. This piqued my curiosity. Boredom has a way of amplifying novelty. Through the long evenings, I counted cracks on the ceiling, arranged merchandise in strange geometric shapes, saw patterns in the repeating squares of the linoleum on the floor. This strange man vexed me. Milk and cookies, a treat for a young child, yet purchased late in the night. Was he, perhaps, reliving some long-forgotten time in his youth whilst partaking of these goodies? Dark paranoia raised its head. Perhaps the old man was one of those psychotic perverts that kidnapped young girls and raised them in his basement. Week after week, we swapped perfunctory greetings, exchanged merchandise for cash. I couldn't unravel the mystery. I couldn't read into his roomy eyes, his shaking hands, or his slow gait. I couldn't take it. This strangeness. I decided to follow him. It took me a few weeks to plan. I'd pop my head out to track him down the street until the first turn. Then I'd lock the front door and trail him to the next turn, and so on. One day, soon after he'd made his regular purchase, I made my move. Quickly locking up, I followed him at a distance, never too close, never more than a block away. There was a feeling of the forbidden in what I was doing, a little like being a child again and doing something naughty. He never suspected a thing. The streetlights gave us both long, twisted shadows as I chased him through the dark streets. He found his destination in an old junkyard, practically a landfill. The rusty chain clanged to the floor after he gave it a gentle tug. Nothing worth stealing here, it seemed. The old man walked in confidently, and I had to hurry to catch up. I quickly lost him in that maze, wandering amidst the piles of society's detritus. The light and the sounds of the city faded into the distance, the half moon in the sky giving everything an unearthly silvery sheen. The panic was there, only a heartbeat away in that strange, alien landscape. I had nearly given up hope when I finally chanced upon a small clearing, my erstwhile quarry sitting there on the dirt, showing his yellowing teeth in a wry smile. "It took you long enough to catch up," he said. I stopped short. I had nothing to say. "Come here, kid. There's nothing to fear here. I reckon something's got your interest all fired up. That's why you followed me here. You'll get in no trouble for this?" The owner trusts me. She knows I don't steal, and I'm okay to close the shop early if business is slow. "Slow enough that you'd spend half the night playing spy to hunt down an old codger like me." He laughed, a dry, wheezing series of exhalations that broke into coughs. "I'm here," he said, pressing his forearms against his creaking knees to get to his feet. "To keep a promise. An old, old promise. I come here every week because that's all I got left. Ain't much left in the world for me. No wife, no kids, no job. But a man's gotta be true to his word. If he don't got that little bit left, well, then he ain't much of a man, is he?" I had to nod to keep him going. He gestured at something behind him, shifting out of the way to let me see. A pair of pale doors jutted out from the junk, looking so much like the entrance to some ancient crypt. The old man pulled one of the doors open, the shriek of the hinges carrying through the still night air. Even from a distance, I took in the thickness of that door. I quickly closed the distance between us. The man placed the milk and cookies behind the threshold of the door and pulled it shut. He reached out a hand in greeting and introduced himself as Miller. He didn't say if that was his first or last name. "Back of a refrigerator truck," he said, giving the door a slap. The dull smack again reminded me of how thick the walls were. "I guess you're curious as to why I'm here every week. It's a long story, and one I haven't told to many people. I'm old now. Ain't got many years left. My bones ache in the rain, and it hurts more and more every day. Guess it's worth telling." His voice seemed to gain strength, a rich baritone instead of the weak, cracked sounds earlier. "This was back in the old days, before the Second World War. I never served, of course. Too young then. I must have been 9, maybe 10 years of age. We didn't have all these newfangled toys and computer thingies." He pronounced the unfamiliar words slowly, his jaw working around the edges of the syllables. "That you have nowadays. Back then, we'd play wherever we could. Cowboys and engines, cops and robbers. No television either. That was for the rich folk. This yard had been here longer than I have. We had forts on the hills of trash, played soldiers, everything kids ought to be doing. That day was hide and seek. One old game, but a great one for a place like this. I wasn't a big kid. Didn't win at most of the games we played, but I was gonna win this one. I'd seen this big old refrigerator unit here before, right on the edge of the yard back then, and I knew exactly where I was gonna be hiding. I was small, yeah, but I was a fast un. May not look like it now, but I got away from the pack of them even before the count had reached 20. Didn't want no one else to hide in here with me.
It was dark in there. Cool, too. Before I closed the door, I could see that some of the junk had made its way into the truck unit over time. Last thing I remember seeing was that one line of daylight before I pulled this here door shut. At first, there was nothing but the sound of my breathing bouncing off the walls. I imagined that I would always win at hide-and-seek from then on. I counted breaths and heartbeats till I got bored. Then I realized that there wasn't a handle on the inside.
I could see his hands starting to shake as he remembered that old fear. He clenched his fists to stop the shakes, and when the balled fists themselves started quivering, he put his hands in his pockets.
It took me a while to realize the game was over. I'd been in the dark for a long time. Too long. I threw my entire weight at the door. I hit the walls till my hands were bloody. I screamed till my throat hurt.
His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed at the memory.
Then I sat to wait. I must have fallen asleep. How can you tell if you're asleep when you're all alone in the darkness? You can't, boy. You can't. I got thirsty first, then hungry. It's the only way I knew time was passing. I felt the hope go out like the sun setting. I yelled in that dark place. I called out to God, but he didn't answer. I would have called out to old Nick himself if I had dared. I cried. For hours there in the dark, I cried. The sound bouncing off of those thick walls till the air was filled with the sounds of tears and sobs. I thought I was gonna die. You ever been close to death, boy?
No, sir. I shook my head. He fixed his eyes on mine, those almost cloudy eyes suddenly sharper.
No, you haven't. I can tell when a man's looked death in the eyes. He just ain't the same after that. It was a trick of the echo, I thought at first, but I swore there was another person crying in there with me. It sounded a little higher, a little further away than my own voice. This was it, I told myself. I'd been in the dark so long that I was going batshit crazy. I counted to 5 and held my breath. And still, the crying continued.
I was rapt. The man was looking at me, but not looking at me. The dreamy half-focus of his eyes told me he was seeing something else. Something far away.
I called out in the dark. At first there was no answer but that quiet sobbing. It was another child, but not a boy. A little girl. There was enough light before I shut the door to know I was alone in there. I was panicking a second before, but now I felt a creeping fear. The crying started up again. I backed myself into the corner next to the door. You ever see a mouse in a cage trap when it tries to get away from you? Yeah, like that. The crying didn't get any closer. I figured I was dead there anyway. Nobody was coming to get me, so I called out again. The crying stopped. There, in the dark, the little girl answered. She sounded like she was about my age as well. She told me her name was Helen, a pretty name, even then. She'd been stuck there in the dark for a long time. She tried calling for help once, but no one came. She got real hungry. Then, she wasn't so hungry no more. She'd given up on calling for help, on seeing her family, of ever having another friend. The walls, she said, were too thick for any sound to escape, and nobody would ever know that I was in there. Nobody'd ever found her. One good thing, at least she wouldn't have to be lonely anymore, since she had me. I heard her shifting there in the dark, and she held my hand. Her hand was small, and it was cold, like she put it in the freezer for a few moments. But it was all I had, and I squeezed it with all my strength. I dreamt that there were voices outside, calling my name. I wasn't sure about it, until I squeezed my ear to the corner of the door. The lining must have been rotted with age, because I could still hear something from outside. If I could hear them, maybe they could hear me. I tried to scream, to shout. All that came out was a tiny croak. I'd been too long without water. I tried to wet my tongue with spit, but even that failed. I slapped on the door with my free hand. The time without food and drink had left me weak. I wasn't sure that they could hear anything from me. Hope died there a second time. That dark box was going to be the last thing I ever saw, and nobody would know. I felt Helen's little hand tighten around mine. "Don't go," she told me. "Stay, it'll be fun. I've been alone for so long." She started to pull me back into the depths of that dark place. I couldn't fight her. She felt so strong. "Please," I whispered to her. "My parents will miss me. I still have friends outside." Even with her tiny nails drawing blood from my hand, I could feel her sadness through the tiniest bit of contact we had. "I have no more friends." Her crying started again, soft in that space, so sad that it seemed that her heart would burst from it. "I can be your friend. Help me. I promise. I'll be your friend forever." I told her, and I meant it. I saw the old man's hand flex in his pocket, remembering that ghostly touch. She let go, or maybe she was never there. I touched my hand to my cheek and it was still cold. Just then, I heard the door open. I'd been found. Strong hands lifted me out of the dark. The light hurt my eyes, and it was a while before I could see my rescuers. Someone brought water. I gulped it down. It was the best thing I ever tasted. No water's ever tasted the same since. Tasted like life, you know? They sent for my parents as I sat there with the big man who'd found me. He sized me up with a squint. Said I was bigger than he thought. The voice he'd heard was much higher, almost like a girl's cry. He messed up my hair with one huge rough hand. "No shame in crying in there, boy," he said. "If I was stuck there, I'd be scared too." My parents came to see me, brought over by the police. They scooped me up with big hugs. We were going to leave when I asked if they'd found the girl in there with me. The rescuers looked puzzled. I'd been the only one in the refrigerator truck. I wouldn't leave until they took another look. I kicked up such a fuss that they just exchanged looks of frustration and brought me back to those huge doors. They threw them open again. No girl came out. The light didn't reach all the way to the back. One of the cops took out a flashlight, one of those big silver ones. You don't see them around anymore. The trash of the junkyard had found its way into that old refrigerator truck. It was only on his second sweep of that unnatural cave that we saw the bright blue of a girl's dress. He sighed deeply, his tail near its end. He suddenly looked very frail, as though the telling had leached the very life from him. "She'd been dead for years, of course. All dried out like one of them mummies from the National Geographic. I think I went a little crazy when I saw her. I don't know what I said, but nobody believed me. Been in the dark too long, they said. Apt to drive a boy mad. But I never stopped believing. And I never forgot my promise. 70 years it's been. What transpires between us, well, that's just for me and me alone to know. I've not always been able to come here, but I've tried my best, which is more than some men can say.
He leaned against the door, out of breath after the sharing. He straightened up and cleared his throat, still with one hand on the thick metal.
Good night, friend. I will see you again next week.
His voice was suddenly clear again, and the sound rang out across the junkyard. I half opened my mouth to return his farewell before I realized that his eyes weren't on me. No, they were focused on the door instead. He slowly made his way across that clearing. I stood up, also leaning against the door for support. "Sir, you forgot your milk and cookies," I called out to the man, now all the way across the clearing. He looked back, and again I could tell that he was not looking at me, but at the doors I was leaning against.
No, boy, I did not. A good evening to you too, and I will see you next week.
A strange encounter, I thought. The unease I had felt with the telling of the story sloughed off me. A simple campfire tale, nothing more. Just some old man, probably addled with dementia, living out some half-imagined childhood fantasy. I sighed. The moon was already high overhead. I suppose that there were worse ways to spend an evening. One thing niggled at me, just before I turned to find my way from that still place. For the second time that evening, the refrigerator doors were pulled open. A wave of stale air belched out. I half expected to see Helen's bones still laid out after all these years. There was nothing there. I chided myself for my childish fears, giving a little nervous laugh. Nothing in the empty crypt of the refrigerator truck, but an empty milk packet and cookie crumbs.
Well, boils and ghouls, I guess it's time to close up the crypt for the night. But I vow, as long as I'm not a bloated as hell carcass, to keep on making videos and narrations. Thank you for watching, and have a scary Halloween.